A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sun.
All right. Welcome back, guys, to a late night with Dago. How we doing tonight? I hope everybody's having a great evening, and I thank you all for joining us in here tonight. It's a late one, but it's great to be back with y'all. So very happy to be here, and I hope you're all having a great night. Thank you for hitting that like button on your way through the door and sharing this out, guys. So please do that for sure. Come on in, grab a seat, guys. Like I said, this ain't going to be a long one tonight. We're just hanging out a little bit, chatting it up, discussing some things, and doing what we do. That being said, you guys know the deal. You know how this works. So here it comes. Here it goes. All right. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all having a great night. Great to see you all. And thank you so much for being here tonight. Hit that like button, guys. Share this out. If you will, if you could, if you would, because you know you should. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Come on in, grab a seat, grab a cup of Joe, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Find a seat and hang out with me. Love doing these late night ones, guys. This is not going to be long at all. We're just going to discuss some things, and then I'm out of here for the night. But I will be back in the morning, though, for sure. So for those of you that can't make it tonight, can't hang tonight, want to go to bed, don't worry. We'll be back tomorrow. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Let me grab something and grab my coffee, and I'll be right back with you. All right. Let's see who we got here tonight. Let me see. For those of you that didn't make it earlier, go check out the earlier show. Miss Atlanta from Truth and Transparency joined me. It was a great conversation. Well enjoyed. Great talk about the Idaho 4 case. She gave her take, opinions, feelings, and thoughts on it, and I really enjoyed it. You guys might as well. Let's see, we got Jody Walters in the house tonight. Angel D, my favorite Aussie in the house. Midnight at the Mansionio. Miss Trish Crow, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jen is in the house. Wonderful to see you, dear. Justice for Krista McCrory Jones. Absolutely. Miss Candy, welcome back to you Again, guys, please hit that like button, share this out, and welcome back to all you meatballs. 18 peeps in the house, 22 likes. Let's do this thing, you guys. Come on in. Wade Bird, welcome back. Miss Christine, good to see you. Oh, I am tired. I'm sorry. I'm tired. Michelle F., welcome back. I was up early this morning. And the Banfield thing kind of did wear me down because she's so irritating. Just saying. Miss Anna D., welcome back. And if you go check out my community page, my community post on my page, Miss Anna, you'll see that I did go ahead and post that. The missing little girl. Thank you so much for that info. I put out her posters, so please go check that out too. If you guys haven't had the chance, please check out the community page for the channel. You always see different things here and there. If you have not yet done that, that should be helpful. And I hope it does help, truly. Let me see something here. Wait, what's going on here? What happened with this? Maybe. It was supposed to be there. It should be there. Oh, no, that's wild. Okay. Yeah, it should be there. YouTube's been doing weird things lately. Like their technical side of things is just something's off. Joanne, welcome back, Mountain Mama. Great to see you. No thanks needed, Miss Anna. Anytime we can have the ability to put stuff like that out, I will do it. For sure. Moonbreaker, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. 26 peeps in the house tonight. Let me see. Did I miss this here? We got 26 likes. You guys are on point tonight. We're just going to talk a little bit, guys. Discuss a couple things. I think we've put in enough Idaho talk for today, so we can move past that into a couple other things. Like I said, we ain't gonna be quick, or we ain't gonna be here very long. So, Miss Siggy and Mike, I definitely was gonna probably give some updates in the Charlie Kirk situation, and that might be pretty much it. Yes, I agree. I had a great conversation. I love discussing things with Lana, and I love doing it with you guys here too. So, Lana puts in a lot of hard work on these cases, especially with this case, but most every case she does. And she makes some sense, so that's important. Very important. Wonderful to see you tonight, Siggy and Mike. Come on in, everybody. Go grab a seat, get comfortable. Come on in. Let me see here. All right. Wonderful to see you tonight, Mountain Mama. Absolutely, Miss Joanne. Eddie's in the house. What's up, buddy? Great to see you tonight. That's what I was going to do. Hold on a minute here. I think I'm going to, in the next day or so, I'm going to be going over the documents in the Nova Scotia missing children's case. Get caught up on some of that stuff. We got some other stuff to catch up on, guys. So much stuff going on in Idaho, I know, but when there's a break in it, we got to cover some other stuff that's important too. There's so much other stuff that's out there that's so important, in my opinion. So that will be coming up down the road this week. Let me see what else we got going on in the Hang on. Move some stuff around over here. Oh yeah, Lena's super smart. Super smart. I agree. Let's see. Oh, 1 minute. Sorry about that, you guys. Aja, hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I think I pronounced it Aja. I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. I do have the link pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody wants to join me to voice their feelings on anything we're discussing, feel free to pop up here with me. Welcome back, Moonlight. Good to see you tonight. I hope you're having a great night. Come on in, come on in. Grab a seat, get comfortable, guys. I know everybody in here knows what happened with the Charlie Kirk situation. Very disturbing. Very disturbing. Everybody knows. I'm sure with it that has followed it. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson was arrested for being a shooter, and crazy situation. Oh, I do think so. I do think so, Christine. I absolutely. If you caught on to what we were talking about, I think we both believe that it's possible that that could be the sheath. So yeah, Aya. There we go. Aya. Love it. That's a pretty name. Welcome, welcome. It's just a thought that I think it's possible, conveniently, since we haven't seen it anywhere. Appreciate you being here, Aya. I love seeing people pop in here that don't typically chat, but I appreciate that. 29 peeps in the house, guys. Please share this out. Hit the like button and let everybody know we're doing here tonight. I'm going to be starting off with something in regards to um, the Charlie Kirk situation. I guess Charlie's his wife spoke out, and we're going to look into some of that stuff, newer, updated stuff on that. For those of you that don't have that info, which I'm sure a lot of you guys do, because a lot of people are following this, so we'll discuss that a little bit too, and go from there. Yeah, 100% circus music. Good to see you tonight. I hope they can, and if they can't, I'm sorry, but I agree with Lana that that person should have been fired immediately. You don't delete anything that you do. Nothing. Nothing at all. Kelly Land, I'm glad you jump in with us tonight. Great to see you. Jesse Schul. Come on up, Mr. Jesse Lingus my brother. Please join us, if you will. There he is, guys. Busy's in the house. Good to see you. Miss Brandy B, good to see you tonight, Brandy. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Come on up, Jesse. The link should be pinned up there. Miss Rowena, good to see you. That is the truth, Miss Jenna. We know that. You definitely know that of all people, Jenna. Great to see you again tonight, Fizzy. 47 people in the house, guys. Please hit that like button on your way in the door, if you will. Please and thank you. All right, guys. Miss Tandy, good to see you. I don't know where the bomb toy's at. Eddie, always happy to have Eddie in the house. I'm going to let this roll, waiting for Jesse to hop up here, and then we'll kick in some other stuff. Here we go.
Utah are pouring over what they call a Authorities in Utah are pouring over what they call a mountain of evidence against 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, the man authorities say fired that single fatal shot,
Cat Lady.
killing Charlie Kirk. The district attorney saying they hope to file charges by tomorrow, but authorities say they're receiving little help from the suspect who turned himself in Thursday.
He's not cooperating, but all the people around him are cooperating.
Utah's governor saying they have interviewed Robinson's room.
Hang on, something's not right with this. Let me fix it. Hello, Miss Paula.
Roommate with whom they say he was romantically involved. Authorities say it was his own father who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office after seeing those grainy pictures that were shared with the public. And according to the New York Times, those images were also recognized by acquaintances of the suspect in a group chat on a messaging app. Several of the group members apparently joking with the alleged shooter about how he resembled the person in the photos. The messages described by the Times reportedly show one user tagging the suspect's username and asking, "Where are you at?" with a skull emoji. Suspect quickly responding that the man in the picture was his doppelganger and that people were trying to get him in trouble. Law enforcement is now reviewing this video obtained by TMZ, which appears to show the suspect walking towards campus at 8:07 a.m. In another video obtained by TMZ is a man appearing to match the description of the alleged shooter. Police say he appears to walk with a stiff right leg. Law enforcement sources telling us they believe he was hiding his long gun underneath his clothing. Hours later, as Charlie Kirk fired up the crowd, tossing out hats, authorities say the suspect made his way to the roof of a building about 175 yards from the stage and waited out of sight. At 12:22 p.m., investigators say the alleged shooter sprang into that sniper position. A minute later, at 12:23 p.m., Kirk began answering a question about gun violence.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years? Counting or not counting gang violence?
How's my microphone sounding? Can you hear me?
Single shot and then dropping off the roof.
Yeah, you sound good.
And this morning, tributes are pouring.
I don't have my professional mic with me.
Can you hear me?
Re-election campaign.
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear.
Yeah, you sound good.
Massive online following.
That's good.
As well as many detractors.
Where are you at?
I'm in one of my rental properties.
Overnight lawmakers honoring Kirk at the Kennedy Center in
My
Washington.
studio, I have a wooden chair that is not very comfortable. I can't sit in it right now because I was out all week with a pretty serious hip injury.
Never ever
How'd you do that?
have the words to describe the loss.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it could have been the massage therapist manipulating my hip too much, too hard, too aggressively.
Overworked it. Yeah, gotcha.
And
it happens.
It felt like what a herniated disc feels like, except the hip, not the spine.
I know all about that, my friend. I got 4 of them.
Yeah, I've had plenty of experience with herniated discs,
Mhm.
and they're a lot of pain involved with that.
Oh, 100%. Hey, Eminem, good to see you tonight. I didn't know you had rental properties. That's cool.
Yeah, they're much nicer than the place. I live in a pretty modest home that's quite affordable, but
Right.
the rental properties are a little nicer, a little more comfortable. So it's sort of nice to be
You can
staying
kinda
in one of those.
Bounce around wherever you want to go. Right. There you go.
Yeah, we rent them on Airbnb, so they're not always rented. So when they're not rented, we stay in them.
Interesting. Kind of like a little mini vacation, right? Without having to go too far, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. Here, let me play this rest of this out real quick.
And the funeral and memorial for Charlie Kirk is now set for this coming Sunday at State Farm Stadium just outside Phoenix. That's where the Arizona Cardinals play. It's got a capacity of 70,000 people. President Trump said that he will be there. He has also ordered flags lowered to have staff starting late Wednesday. George.
Matt Gutman, thank
Pretty wild stuff, Jesse. What do you think on this?
What do I think? So I watched a press conference with Kash Patel talking about all the information they have, and a few things that he said really like set alarm bells off in my head. Ding, 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 ding. And he talked about, well, we've got our FBI CAS team, and we've got digital forensics going over the computers and the phones. And right away I'm thinking, are you talking about the Barnharts? And I
right,
after following the Idaho 4 case, after seeing what the Barnharts did, what the FBI involvement did in that case, and the lack of trust that I have, and I think that most of us on here would share my lack of trust in the Barnharts and the forensic experts.
absolutely.
The IGG. And now, while I say everybody in here probably agrees with that, there's a lot of people in here that probably don't agree with all my political opinions, and that's fine. And I totally don't expect anybody to. But it makes it hard to trust. It really does make it hard to trust the mainstream media story on what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Well,
I don't believe it. I mean, I said it before. I think Charlie Kirk was going to be president one day. I don't think that. I think that most people are in agreement with that. And it wasn't something that I heard said right away, but that's my immediate knee-jerk reaction was.
You're not the only one to say that. And thank you so much, Crystal. I appreciate that. And thank you for everything you do, my dear. Keep going, Jesse.
But I'm talking like within minutes of this happening, my thought was, okay, so this guy he's projected to be president in the next 10 years. Who doesn't want that to happen? And to me, his political rivals don't have as much to gain from this as his own side. You know, like somebody on the Republican side of things who is directly competing with him to be the next president. Somebody on the other side is running against him anyways. So, and I'm just saying that was my knee-jerk reaction. I'm not saying there's any evidence or anything. That's just what popped into my head right away is this looks like an assassination to prevent a guy from becoming the next president.
I can't say that sounds too out of line to me. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust a lot of things nowadays because of things that we've seen happen. And this was sent to me, and I know why. They didn't have to say a word. If you look at this picture, okay, and I get why they're sending this to me. It's kind of interesting, the differences in these two people here. This is the guy that they have in custody. This is the guy that they took the picture of. There's differences in these pictures, you guys, and it's kind of strange.
The chin is is there any way to make a chin disappear like that? Like, I mean, the guy in the sunglasses has a chin.
That's what I'm saying. Look at this guy up here. His nose is more defined and pointed. This one's rounder. This guy has full lips. This guy has no lips. What the hell is going on? You see the difference?
I mean, I would say that they're not even subtle differences.
No, they're major differences. Look at I mean, that is a very more, and I'm not saying this to be mean, but in the ears, that's a more feminine looking nose to me as compared to that. That's more bulbous and round. That's more like defined and pointed. These lips are non-existent, and these are full lips. The chin, look at the chin. Okay. There's like not a cleft, but or a dimple, but it's kind of indented there just slightly. And if you look at his,
looks like an underbite as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and then the ears, look at his ears. Okay. Look at these here. And then as we come up here, these are way smaller. And granted, he's wearing a hat, but that doesn't change the size. It's so weird. It's so strange. Yeah, and the one the one that was arrested has more of like more of a 5 o'clock shadow. I mean that doesn't mean a lot, but it's and he this guy looks thinner in the face as compared to this guy here. It is strange. It is so strange.
One of the
Big
most
difference.
compelling things I've heard so far is exit wound. And this is, this is like direct comparison to the JFK
Mm-hmm.
assassination. It would appear that the exit or the main wound that we saw in the video, I'm sure everybody's seen the video by now, was right here, which was like directly in the line of fire.
Right.
But the exit wound should be, if this is the line of fire, the exit wound should be around the back there. And we actually don't even see an exit, what we saw should be the exit wound, because that's what should happen.
Yes.
Is the exit wound should be larger, the blood should be expelled from the exit wound and not the entry wound. And if that's the case, then the line of fire is completely out of whack. And I don't know how you explain that. I really don't.
You don't. That's the problem. And this is making me nervous already, okay? Because this is subtle. Okay, these differences, like you said, are not even subtle, folks. These are like two different people. If you put those glasses on him, there's still no resemblance. I'm sorry, it's different. This guy is so much. I mean, look. And then look. No way. Come on. These are two different people, you guys. What in the actual hell is going on?
How about the similarities to the Luigi Mangione case as well?
They're
bullet
identical.
casings,
Yes.
the slogans.
Yep.
I mean, until the Luigi Mangione case, and maybe somebody could correct me. Have you ever heard of engraved bullet casings in an assassination?
Never. Hold on,
and then they
I can hear you. I'll be right back. Keep going. I can hear you.
So yeah, they left the gun wrapped in a towel with these slogans. Apparently, what would appear to they wanted somebody to find it. It sounds like the backpack that was found in the park with the Monopoly money. This is like a trail of carrots that paints it constructs a narrative, in my opinion, that somebody wants to construct. And yeah, I find a lot of similarities to and even this image that's on the screen right now. We were looking at similar images of Luigi Mangione and saying, is it really him? Or is it somebody that looks a little bit like him? And we questioned, did Luigi Mangione work alone? Because it seems that all of the things that were accomplished in that CEO unaliving couldn't have been done by one person acting alone. And this one, again, it doesn't. This guy working alone, a single shot fired, doesn't it? You would think that unless you're a professional, you're going to bang off one more just to be sure. You know what I mean? If you're going to put your life at risk to take somebody out, are you going to have the confidence to just fire one shot? And if you're the type of person that's doing this, you don't give a shit if you hit somebody in the crowd, right? I mean, so
exactly, yeah.
The single shot to me is I struggle with that as well. But yeah, I see a ton of similarities between this and the Luigi Mangione case.
Too many.
How could you not?
Too many similarities. I do believe this is the AI photo going around and not the real photo. Okay, well, I hope that that's the case, Trish, because this is insane. I hope. That's all I can say, because see, that's one of the problems with AI. It should not. It's a problem. Aquarian, welcome. Good to see you. I truly hope that's not, at all what that is. It weirds you out, because again, there's so little trust left when it comes to stuff like this nowadays. It's nuts. It is nuts. And we got people. That's another question, or another thing I've been seeing too. Like, there's people. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute here. There are people losing their jobs left and right because of their reactions to this, and I'm glad that they're losing their jobs and stuff, but like that shows the ignorance of society because you're cheering this on. I don't care what this guy did. I don't. You don't kill somebody. We don't have that right. It's just, it should be definitely, they should be losing their jobs or being reprimanded in some form or fashion. If, you know, if they're doing these things while they're at work and stuff like that, you can't make those types of statements. I'm sorry. It's not okay at all, in my opinion. I have this next piece I was going to throw up here. If I can get it to work. Don't know if you guys have seen it. Okay. So Law and Crime put this out yesterday. I thought this was interesting. Give me 1 second here. Occam's razor might suggest both events are false. Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, exactly, Trish. Thank you. Exactly. All right, let me load this in real fast here. All right, let's see what we got.
And there is one person responsible for what happened here. And that person is now in custody and will be charged soon and will be held accountable.
After an over 30-hour manhunt, authorities say they've got the man who shot and killed political activist Charlie Kirk on the campus of Utah Valley University. Because as the frantic search was ramping up, there has been a lot of chatter and misinformation and theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's death. We're taking some time to discuss some of these theories that have been spreading quite quickly online and in the media, as well as brand new information on the suspect. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Federal and state authorities in Utah say they have arrested the gunman, the man who allegedly took the life of political activist and media personality Charlie Kirk, identifying him during a news conference this morning as 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, who actually, by the way, lived hours away from Utah Valley University. But authorities say he is the man. They say he is the one who brought a bolt-action rifle to the top of a campus building and fired one shot at Kirk, who, by the way, was speaking in this debate-style event in front of thousands of people. That bullet, and I'm sure you've seen the videos, that bullet hit Kirk in the neck. He was rushed to a hospital, but the married father of 2 young children was pronounced dead at just 31 years old.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident.
Robinson, he was taken into custody around 10 p.m. He was booked into jail, according to FBI Director Kash Patel, after surveillance images.
That's one of the main people that I have issues trusting is Kash Patel. Just saying.
And video of this suspect was released to the public. They received thousands of leads. While he said that they're going to follow up on all those leads, even though there's an arrest, there are still so many theories about what happened here. And you wonder, is it really going to quiet that conversation? We're talking misunderstandings. We're talking misinformation. We're talking up conspiracy theories, general theories. That is what we want to get into right now, because even with someone in custody, a lot of these theories, I wonder, will they continue to circulate? You know that there's going to be people who say, oh, this is just the fall guy. There's something bigger here. Maybe there's other people involved. Now, you know, we've been on top of the story from the very beginning, and we are able to do that because of the incredible support that we get from our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. This is America's largest injury law firm.
Last 10 years.
Probably saw this too. The white hat guy, right? Let's take a look.
Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Now, you see him standing behind Charlie Kirk. So,
Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys saw this. I saw this the other day and I went, wait a minute, what? Where it looks like he's giving hand signal, like a baseball game or something. It's weird.
I would go as far to say that it doesn't look like he's giving hand signals. He's Those are definitely hand signals.
Right.
The question isn't, is he giving hand signals? The question is to whom and why?
Yeah,
Because those are not natural movements. Those are, if anybody knows anything about sports, those are signals for fucking sure.
definitely. Am I too loud? I don't mean to be. Sorry. The guy in the black is his personal security guard. That I know. I don't know the guy in white, but the one in the black, I do believe is his personal security guard. Yeah, exactly. It looks like a catcher at a baseball game. That's what I thought. All right, hang on.
I will say that if they
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
want to be if they were signaling the shooter, then you would think they wouldn't want to be standing within 5 feet of him like that.
Mhm.
You know, so the fact that I'm so bullish on whether or not those are hand signals isn't an indication that I'm saying they're involved. That those might be security protocols. They might be, they might have even had an earpiece in, hearing that somebody's seen somebody on a roof.
That's kind of
and
what I would.
they're starting
right.
to panic. So there's a lot of reasons why they might be giving hand signals that
Sure.
don't implicate them. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, 100% those are hand signals.
Yeah, it's not natural movement. That's what I was saying too. It's the best way I could put it too, Jesse. The same thing you said. Welcome, SRB. Good to see you tonight, hon.
Ear, and then it's followed by a guy right next to him in black who puts his arm out and touches it. Now that appears to be one of Charlie Kirk's security members. And then right then, that is when Charlie Kirk is shot. So the theory is, were they signaling the shooter? That is a conversation that has been happening online. I mean, look, it is strange and it is weird that out of all topics and out of all times for Kirk to be shot, he's talking about gun violence, talking about transgender people being shooters, and the last word he says before he's shot, the word is violence. It's creepy. It's chilling. It's strange.
Real creepy.
Now, I will say, it appears when you look at another video, another angle, those two individuals, when the shot is fired, they look legitimately shocked. I think there's an argument there. They seem to be surprised by the gunfire. And the argument is, right, they're actually in the line of fire too. Now, it does bring up something else. It brings up the issue about whether or not multiple people could in fact be involved. We heard what President Donald Trump said on Wednesday.
My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country.
I actually asked former CIA and FBI agent Tracy Walder about this before the arrest of Robinson. Take a look. Do you think this is a situation where it was one person acting alone, or do you think it was coordinated and there was some help? I mean, we don't know at this point. I've seen a lot of people talking online about what may or may not have happened. From your perspective, we talked about how it might have been planned. Would you suspect that there could be multiple people involved?
So I think so, but not in the sense that you may think, Jesse.
Okay.
So what I actually think is there are these, well, they're from Telegram sub-channels, those kinds of things on social media where individuals talk about this kind of thing and talk about this kind of violence. So I 100% think that there were individuals in this chat room assisting this person, goading this person on, wanting them to do it, because that absolutely exists in this internet subculture. So that's where I think these accomplices came from, and that's what ultimately needs to be shut down.
Got to talk about something else with the shooting too. So there are certain angles of the shot where there is a belief that Charlie Kirk was shot in the chest, but the bullet ricocheted off of what people believe was him wearing a bulletproof vest, and then it struck him in the neck. Now, according to the BBC, neither the FBI nor Turning Point USA, which Kirk co-founded, neither confirmed whether he was wearing a vest that day. It is interesting, though, because the Daily Mail spoke with Chris Herzog, who is apparently the owner of the Bodyguard Group of Beverly Hills security firm. Herzog claims he spoke with Charlie Kirk during a rally at California State University several months before and warned him that he would be killed at one of these rallies or events unless he took the proper precautions. Now, Herzog's colleague, Mark Wilson, also claims that he spoke with Kirk, telling the Daily Mail, we're huge Turning Point fans, being conservatives, and we discussed the And we discussed the lack of security because he's up close with these nutcase kids and doesn't appear that he even wears a bulletproof vest. It's super sad what has happened. However, based on the reporting, based on the analysis, it does seem, by most indications, that he was shot directly in the neck. Actually, again, here is what Tracy Walder had to say about that.
I think we want to think that this is some kind of a trained assassin. You know, maybe we see that in movies, and that's something that we want to see. But the reality is a 200-yard shot, which is about what this is. Again, I don't have the exact data, but a 200-yard shot. I believe he was probably aiming for the head, came in a little bit low, but again, I don't know for sure. This is someone who is familiar.
I'm glad you're here,
obviously,
Lucy.
with weapons. There's no question. I don't think if you've never held a weapon before, you would be able to do that. But this is someone that probably had a scope attached, had been sitting there for a few minutes, got the target in their sights, and got off that shot. So I think it's someone who is moderately to highly familiar with weapons, but not some kind of a trained assassin. Now, if you were talking about 600 yards or more, sure. But I don't feel that that's far enough for this to be some kind of a
I agree with her.
Okay, now I want to move on to this next theory. There is obviously a lot of political high tensions brewing with narratives being pushed that this was a left-wing extremist. I mean, right-wing influencer Mike Cernovich posted on social media that the shooter, quote, was an ideological foot soldier of far left-wing billionaires. Again, this is before the arrest of Robinson. And as reported by outlets like the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, there was a preliminary and unverified report that the rifle found in a nearby wooded area, right by the crime scene, had been engraved with statements that, quote, express transgender and anti-fascist ideologies. In fact, here's what officials, though,
Welcome, Echo.
had to say about those apparent engravings during Friday's news conference.
The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this?" ? Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" ! Catch! Up arrow symbol, right arrow, and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Bella Ciao, Ciao Ciao," and a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
And by the way, during that news conference, it was also suggested that this suspect, Mr. Robinson, had said recently that Charlie Kirk was coming to Utah Valley University, that he didn't like him, that he didn't like the viewpoints that he had. This is something Robinson allegedly expressed, and that he had told a family member that Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Now, it went both ways when you look online. There were also those, even before Robinson was arrested, who actually thought that the shooter could be a far right-wing extremist. So you saw these kinds of theories on both sides. The bottom line is we don't know yet the exact motive. However, killing a very political figure like Charlie Kirk at this speaking event, right as he's talking about these topics, it's something you got to be thinking about. Now, Kirk, as many of you might know, he was quite opinionated when it came to gun violence and the transgender community, and held polarizing views. So is this something that may or may not have played a role here? We shall see as this develops. And now I have to talk about another theory, okay? Another theory that has been circulating is that a foreign nation may have been involved in Kirk's death. Again, this had been circulating before Robinson's arrest. I wonder whether
I heard that too.
believe that that is still true, despite the arrest. So Sean Hannity said on his Fox News show, quote, "I have a source in the intelligence community, John, that said that there might be post-assassination pieces of a puzzle, that there might be a foreign component to it." And his guest, investigative journalist John Solomon, responded, "Yes, there is a group or two of interest in the Salt Lake City area they're looking at just because of certain recent activities overseas and certain intelligence shared by a foreign friendly from the United States." We don't really know what that means and why is this significant. To be clear, I'm not saying this in any way is true, but there seems to be growing chatter of foreign involvement. Particularly, you are seeing this theory that of all countries, Israel was involved. We're seeing this idea really percolating on X. But I will tell you, in my opinion, this doesn't seem to make sense at all. I'll explain why. But first, why are users seemingly suggesting this? There is also a user on X who makes the claim that since President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu apparently posted about Charlie Kirk being shot, they allegedly posted it at the same time of 3:02 p.m., that this must mean it's coordinated. And then there are older clips of Charlie Kirk that have started to surface online. Like there is one of Kirk, apparently recently on Megyn Kelly's program, where he says, quote, "I have less ability sometimes online to criticize the Israeli government about backlash than actual Israelis do. And that's really, really weird." There's another clip where Kirk was on Ben Shapiro's show, who, by the way, is Jewish, a staunch supporter of Israel.
Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on so like maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years.
Obviously, this is in regards to Israel's war in Gaza against Hamas and the reported significant loss of Palestinian lives. But Kirk also had gone on Patrick Bet-David's podcast and spoke about the context of the October 7th attack on Israel that started this whole conflict, saying, how could this happen in a fortified country like this? Quote, "I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun. That's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is so surveilled." We don't talk about Israeli politics very often.
I agree,
The last
Jeff.
9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration.
As always, Eddie.
There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu. That's all gone.
Welcome, Mind
Netanyahu
Boggle.
now has an emergency government and mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go as far as to say Netanyahu knew there was intelligence, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand-down order? Was there a stand-down order? 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? And here's the problem with this theory, in my opinion. Charlie Kirk, and this is well documented, went on record publicly, was a devout supporter of Israel and the Jewish people. And it is well documented, particularly in his debates that he had in public forums. Fox News, they dedicated a whole segment to it. And in it, they played different clips of Charlie Kirk. In one, he talked about how Israel changed his life and that he was celebrated as a Christian over there. He said the nation of Israel actually has a place in God's plan for us on this planet. He said there is something special about Israel and said, I think we have a moral commitment to that land. And then while debating someone about the actions of Israel, right, in their war against Hamas, you had this person who criticized the Israeli government, called it evil. Charlie Kirk fought back, saying, it's also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction. Israel, at its holiest day of the calendar year, besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samek Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War on Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, decided to go recklessly to music concerts, homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200-plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. When the IDF does something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. The only operation and entity to blame is Hamas. So when you hear that, it does become hard to digest the idea that he was killed by Israel if he was such a supporter who was advocating what the government was doing and America's support of Israel and advocating this all over to young people. Now, by the way, Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, he was actually asked about this theory on Newsmax by host Greta Van Susteren. She said, before I let you go, I want you to address one thing, and it's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder. And, I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to, make a statement. It's so absurd. He responds, that's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing is not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. I can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But you know, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. Now, Netanyahu separately called Charlie Kirk, quote, an extraordinary friend, once in a generation figure, said, quote, he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. Oh, by the way, there's also this one too. This was, by the way, really reported by the New Republic, popped up on X a lot. The theory, the conspiracy theory, that
Great point, Docket. If a man setting up a large rifle on a rooftop overlooking a crowd with direct firing line to Kirk went unnoticed by the large security team, what exactly were they watching for? Thank you, bro. 100%. And by the way, there's a link pinned. If you want to jump up, Docket, you're more than welcome. You always know that. Always welcome.
President
Good
Trump
point. Good point, sir.
was behind what happened to Charlie Kirk. Have you heard this one? The idea being that this was a way to distract from the Epstein file saga and the backlash that his administration has received, including the criticism that there was a cover-up, right? We've covered the Epstein case, the Epstein saga a lot here on Sidebar, by the way. But I mean, just look at this post from Morgan J. Freeman, an apparent filmmaker who has over 470,000 followers on X. He said, how do we know Trump didn't order Kirk's assassination as a distraction from Epstein and a tactic to start the civil unrest he needs to declare martial law and delay the 2026 midterms? That post received more than 2.4 million views and 60,000 likes. And that makes me think about something else. I want to highlight something as we talk about theories and particularly social media. As you know, a theory can spread like wildfire online. You know, it was reported on X. People were throwing out specific names or identities of the potential shooter before the arrest of Robinson. Reuters reported that there was at least one video posted after the Kirk shooting, falsely identifying a man who was 700 miles away as being the suspect. That was actually an arrest video from June, all the way out in California, apparently. There was another of a video of a man running away, suggesting that was Kirk's shooter. That was from a shooting in Reno, Nevada back in July. The New York Times reported that there were those online who attributed the shooting to a transgender woman. One I have to highlight in particular, and this was focused upon by the New York Times as well. Do you remember when police initially detained an older man?
Good point,
The immediate reaction was this was the shooter because there were reports that he had actually said that he did the shooting. Turns out, that was the allegation. Turns out, according to reporting from the Salt Lake Tribune, that was 71-year-old George Zinn, who law enforcement indicated they took into custody on suspicion of obstruction of justice. He was released, ruled out as being the suspect, ruled out as being the shooter. However, what happened? According to the New York Times, users on X, they started falsely identifying him as 77-year-old Canadian man Michael Mallinson, who arguably resembled that man that was detained. He was all the way out in Toronto at the time of the shooting, told the Times that he was really upset because social media started flooding with his old pro-democratic social media posts. He apparently was being called a far-left extremist, pure evil. One post targeting him had over 3 million views, apparently. Now, he actually explained that he gets this call from his daughter telling him that his photos were circulating online, falsely attributing him as the shooter. He said in an interview, I'm just shocked by it, how quickly it can happen, how one's name and photo can get spread around quite quickly. And the Times reported that the speculation may have started through an account called Fox 11 Reno that is actually not a real broadcast affiliate in Nevada. It's rather a fictitious account. By the way, remember I talked about other countries? Utah Governor Spencer Cox said one of the things that is amplifying misinformation are foreign bots from China and Russia, saying our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well, we are seeing our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. There you have it. Some of the theories that we've seen so far. We will continue our coverage of the Charlie Kirk killing. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. You can follow me on X or Instagram. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll see you next time.
Interesting. I knew there was.
Lucy said something interesting about the link to the Idaho 4 case.
Right.
And I got something to say about that. I'm not going to go as far as the way she's linking the Idaho 4 case, but often friends and family members, or even people on in the chat here on this channel or other channels that I speak on, sort of insinuate, like, why do you care? Why is it important? He confessed already. Let it go. It doesn't matter. And to me, the link between the Charlie Kirk assassination and the Idaho 4 case is the information's coming from the same gatekeepers. And the reason why it's so important, and what I've been saying the whole time, is if you allow the mainstream media, the government, the FBI and law enforcement to spoon feed you a bunch of bullshit, and you don't do anything about it, and you don't ask any questions, this is what's going to happen. This Charlie Kirk situation is a result, and the way that it's covered, and the way that we receive the information is so many links to Idaho 4. This is why it's so worth fighting for, to get the truth, and not to allow them to spoon feed you this absolute bullshit. And one of the other things about this that I'm not really following how it's possible is the idea that this kid broke down this 30-06, and I don't know anything about firearms. Let me say that right away. But you know, the idea that there's not a professional shooter and it's an amateur shooter, but is it that easy to break down a 30-06 and put it back together several times? Because it sounds like they're saying he broke it down, put it together in record time, and then left it intact, put it back together before he left it as some sort of a prop with a political message. That seems like a bit of a fantastical story to me.
If he knows guns, it's possible. If he doesn't, then no, I don't believe so. Redacted says, I have to say now is a good time to get on the right side of the media if they want to be labeled reputable, but it's also the most dangerous. And I agree with that. It would be a good time for them to I'm trying to think of the right word to put this under, for them to prove themselves, I guess you could say, as a viable source of information that isn't out here just trying to do what they've been doing. Will that ever happen? I absolutely doubt that, but that's a good point, Redacted. I appreciate that thought too. Yeah, it's not a 30-06 is not something you would break down, Jesse. You can, but for him to do it,
wouldn't it affect the scope and the sights and the accuracy by breaking it down and putting it back together? Don't you need to recalibrate all that stuff?
Well, it could, which would explain the fact that I think a lot of us believe that it was probably a headshot and he missed. That's the thought. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. It's shocking that, like I said, if you know guns, and say for instance he practiced for like 5 days, like a time thing that they do, like break it down, put it back together, break it down, put it back together, that kind of thing. Sure, but it's not the type of weapon that you would typically do that with. So, you know, but to get it in without being seen, you'd have to take it, probably at least break it into a couple pieces and put it in your clothing somehow, walk up there, all that stuff. He didn't have to break it down to get off the roof. He did what he did, but if he didn't want anybody seeing him, too late. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I'm trying to check the chat to make sure. There's Rach. Good to see you, hun. Why would he put the rifle? Well, see, that's what I'm thinking, Rach. I was thinking about that just now too, so that he wouldn't be seen actually with a full-blown rifle in his hand climbing out that building in case he was seen. But you're seen. Dude, if you jump down, somebody's going to see you running. Come on. You're going to be seen. So I don't know. I don't think the guy was thinking.
What about all that messaging sort of indicates that he wanted to be seen? You know what I mean? Like
in some senses, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It's a little confusing. Yeah, it was a Mauser, 98 Mauser. There's a video of plenty on YouTube of how to disassemble clean again. It's not a breakdown style gun, right, Eddie? But like I said, if he had this plan, I don't know how long it was for sure that he had the gun. If he were to take some time, practice day after day after day, doing this and trying to get it done in a specific period of time, yeah, it's something you can do, but it's not typically something you do with that gun, is what I'm saying. The only reason why he would do it is to be able to hide it, in my opinion, not to save him time or anything. So they didn't get the Discord info from his phone either. They got screenshots from his, right. Yeah, I heard that too. Retired Washington County Sheriff. Who are you talking about, Tomboy?
His father?
Oh, yeah, that's what I had heard too. I didn't know it was Washington County. I just heard he was a retired sheriff's deputy.
I think Washington County is in Utah, not in the state of Washington.
And that could and would explain knowledge of guns. You know what I'm saying? That's where I got my knowledge from, was from my law enforcement family. So that could be an answer. I don't know if anybody has seen any of this. He's not law enforcement confirmed. Okay, thank you, Siggy. I heard, I didn't know, but you hear so much stuff. Well, then he probably went to YouTube. Just saying, if he wasn't familiar with it, then he probably went to YouTube. You can find out how to do anything on YouTube. You can become a master mechanic and never touch a car by watching YouTube. But I thought there was definitely some kind of a gun experience, in my opinion.
I'm still questioning whether he's the shooter, to be honest with you.
Well, I am too. I am too.
The trajectory of the line of fire doesn't match up with the wound, in my opinion. And I'm not an expert. This is just based on what I've seen, what I've heard, what I've, just following the JFK assassination for one. That was one of the huge things in this Zapruder film, is the exit wound seemed to come out of the back of the head, but the official Warren report, that was supposed to be the entry wound, right? Because the line of fire was from behind,
right?
And this appears to be that exact same theory that replays itself.
Yeah, see, I haven't seen much on that yet. Everybody was sending me pictures of him, and that's what I got confused about. And I'm like, okay, so we're gonna go through this now. So we'll see. I mean, I'm sure it'll be proven in some form, I hope. They show pics of him with like a shoulder. Oh, see, I haven't seen all that. I've been just trying to catch up as much as I can. I heard he's an incel. I'm sure that's out there already, of course. So Callie says, okay, just felt the need to say that as I just got here, but I can't take seeing any more discussing. Oh, yeah, we don't do that in here, Callie. I promise you that. In fact, somebody that I catch doing that will be removed. Period.
This Candace video was on my to-do list before you went live, so if you hadn't have gone live, I would have been watching this Candace video.
This is interesting. Very interesting, you guys. Let's check this out real quick. Thank you to Callie for being here, and thank you, Jesse, for joining me. I appreciate you. I value your opinions on a lot of things, as you all know.
Right into this with no introduction. There's a lot that I would like to speak with you guys about. Can't wait to hear your feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out there, narratives that I would say are half truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, to let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world. And as we are all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much, are speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. I will say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, sadness. We're grieving with her, was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation, but the entire world. Her words were very powerful. And we just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should pursue in their entirety. But here she is.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife.
Now, real quick, folks, I'm a big fan of Candace Owens, so I hope just bear. If you guys don't care for her, please just bear with it. She puts a good message out in this video. So I appreciate everybody being here for this too. Some people don't like her, which surprised me, but I think she's real as they come. That's just my opinion. So just saying.
One thing about her is a lot of people said Charlie Kirk spreads hate and that he's racist. Well, seems like one of his best friends was African American, and another one of his best friends, Dave Rubin, was gay. So
yep,
the idea that he was spreading hate, yeah, I think that's very misguided. And
I have to agree. Yes, sir. Agreed. 100%. I'm glad you said that. Hey, Chris Harder, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Candace is pretty awesome. I think she's great. For sure. She does. She absolutely does, Ro. 100%.
The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Charlie had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives, and of course have been deeply moved by this tragedy. And what she is describing there, that fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend, a very tough weekend. I will say this, my entire life, I've not been much of a crier. It is not my choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears, and some people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry; I wept.
It's all right, Siggy. That's what makes the world interesting. I still love you either way, both of you guys. So no worries.
I wept. I wept for Charlie. Obviously, I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday, and for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah, I watched my friend get shot in the neck. Yeah, that's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again before the world. The question is why, right? You know, when you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving right now at a lot of anger, the audacity of some people. It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions that I am having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power. And it felt appropriate to reach out to Ye, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. You know, when you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you know you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix, when you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song. The question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? You know, I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that. What do you mean? You're not allowed to say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful, to speak out and speak about the things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I, because this feels very relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts, got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child. I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. That's a moment where he is really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly. And there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, you know, just saying the absolute most, tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, you know, and doing hits in a foreign country, right? Like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu who's fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie Kirk. You would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was I mean, this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't think that that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu just one day, less
This
than
is
24 hours
interesting.
after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us. Was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people that, Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag, a bit of AI used, like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel. How would Bibi do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. But first, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But like some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair. They were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
What's up, Lana?
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that. Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And if I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white, and you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
Welcome,
it's not
Kirk.
defensible to be dumb, and he was under an increasing amount of pressure, not just people telling.
By the way, this is Candace Owens. We're just watching some of this here, what she believes, her feelings about some of this situation. We're going to move to something else. But I'm a big fan of Candace. Sorry. Anybody that might not be, don't just bear with me. We'll be through it soon.
Him, oh, well, you know, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow Dave Smith, who, by the way, is Jewish?
You're okay,
how could
Callie.
how could Charlie allow this other position to meet the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen.
No. I'm not getting into it, and I'm not leading into politics. I'm just playing some of her statement on this and moving on to some other stuff. That's all. Don't get the politic thing going. I promise you, we're not. That's all this is about is the murder of a human being, to me.
And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life. Really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire. Obviously, he is also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question, where does Bill Ackman's money come from? You know, who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, BB, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spyware, you've been spying on us for years, to maybe track down the killer. But I guess this is where you thought it was best to do a little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu and that phone call, what took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life. Charlie was in the Hamptons and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman because Charlie's thoughts, Charlie's rational.
What she's doing is she's kind of giving some explanation into some things that she believes could have a basis for some of this.
Thoughts about Israel were a no-no. This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote unquote friends. Bill Ackman was very upset and threats were made. That is what I am told. And I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you. And he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her political life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I got to tell you that. It felt like a threat, like not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie. And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Maybe would fund it, you know, spend tons of money. And Turning Point, I guess, if it needed to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, and what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel for, I would describe this as like, you know, re-education camp. You know, we've seen.
That's interesting to me because, of course, the rest of this goes into something else. But hey, Mr. Gill, good to see you. Coercion, threats, and of course, you know, Bibi comes out and says, "Oh, we loved him. He was our blah blah blah, all this other stuff." And you saw how irritated she got. Just saying. I mean, it makes you wonder. I'm just saying, it makes you wonder. I thought it was quite interesting. Quite interesting. Now also, give me a minute here, you guys. Now, has anybody followed, or do you follow Chase Hughes? Anybody at all? Right, Jesse, 100% right. Think about it, folks. Anybody? Does anybody know who Chase Hughes is? Yes. Okay. Before I say this or ask to do this, does anybody have issues with Chase Hughes? Of course, I don't want to upset anybody. I'm just trying to keep everybody an even keel. There's some very interesting things some of these people have been saying over the past couple of days that are making me think about some things as to the way, what the hell's on my nose, that this all went down. I like Chase too. Callie says it happens more than we realize behind closed doors. This isn't the first time someone was 100%. No lie, Callie, no lie. You do, Mark? Oh, Jesus. Okay. I know, guys, but I know not everybody's always going to be happy, so please bear with me. I think this is interesting. That's all I'm saying is I thought this was kind of interesting. And don't get me wrong, I don't agree with everything Chase expresses, but I do. This is interesting. Let me just show you this real quick. I've got questions for this whole situation with Charlie's assassination, or whatever you want to call it, his being killed. And multiple different sides of things are making me think different things, okay? So I understand that, Mark. And I'm not, like I said, I don't believe in everything everybody believes. I have different feelings about different things. That's all I'm saying. And we all should believe in free speech. Facts. All right, let's check this out real quick.
Charlie Kirk is dead, and it exposed something vile and horrifying that I want to share with you right now, just kind of candidly. He was murdered while he's speaking in public to a group of college kids. And there's one part of this that I think should horrify you to the deepest parts of your very soul. Instead of a universal outrage, instead of every decent person saying, this is insane, and
yeah, go check out the rest of that video by Candace Owens, folks. It's just very long, and I'm trying to put multiple things in here for you guys to be able to get pieces of. That's all. So please go check it out if you want to see it. There's a lot more to it that's very interesting.
This is wrong. The internet seemingly lit up with these celebrations and cheers and memes, and people actually laughing and celebrating the murder of a man because he wore a different political jersey. So let that sink in for a second. And I don't think any of this is about Charlie Kirk, the person. And I don't think it's about whether you liked him or hated him or didn't even care. I think it's about the fact that political murder is somehow just another headline nowadays, and we scroll right past it. There is a whole new low for where we could go, and you have people online cheering like it's their team winning a Super Bowl, and what you're seeing is an evil mask slipping. This is a signal, and it's a signal that we, and I do mean we all, crossed into something that is a lot darker than just politics. This right here, what we're seeing, is what happens when violence becomes part of a political conversation. When actual TV networks air over and over clips that encourage people to see the other side, not as neighbors that we might disagree with, but as enemies that need to be destroyed, as the threat to society. And you've seen it, I have no doubt. We all have seen this. People in the media saying these people are a threat, these people are dangerous, maybe some violence is justified, and it's not fringe anymore. This is mainstream. And there are thousands of these clips out there aired to millions of people, kind of nudging, suggesting, maybe planting seeds that maybe a fist, maybe a bullet is a legitimate form of political debate.
You resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck.
Biggest terror threat in this country.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face!
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
A lot of people don't have the attention span to maybe stick with this, but I pray that you do, because I'm going to expose something here that's going to change everything for you if you stick around. But here's the irony, and what I think is a absolute concrete law of history. It's concrete law. The minute that your ideas require violence to enforce or spread, they're already completely bankrupt. Every tyrant, every failed ideology, every social collapse starts the exact same way. The debate dies, then violence takes the place of debate. And you can't argue with a gun. You can only kill with it. And when killing is the substitute for a conversation, society as a whole starts falling off a cliff. And we all, myself included, we all have been sold the biggest con of our entire life. And this is that the problem is left versus right, or Republicans versus Democrats. And that is the distraction fireworks show that they want us screaming about while they're doing something else. And this is a magician's trick. And I'm about to really show you what Charlie, God rest his soul, has kind of exposed here. If you turned on cable news today, you go in your living room, turn it on, maybe you scroll social media, what are you gonna see? The absolute fringe. They're gonna show you the loudest, dumbest, most cartoonish people from the other side blasted in your face 24/7. You're not being shown your neighbor or your coworker or the mom next door who votes differently. You're being shown a bunch of professional lunatics that are handpicked to make you think one thing. And the one big thing that they want you to think is, oh my God, these people are insane. They are the enemy.
And they do it with both sides. There's the problem. Both sides do it back and forth. The media does it with both sides, pitting them against each other. This is where a lot of this comes from, folks. This is why I don't get involved in any of that stuff. I stay right here in the middle and mind my own business because it's not worth it. I'm not saying either side is better than the other at all, but media is pushing that to both sides. That's what's insane about all this. There's the problem, in my opinion.
That's the reason that we're going downhill. And none of this is an accident. This is word for word textbook psychological operations. And military psyops manuals literally describe how you isolate a target audience, then you pump them full of a bunch of outrage, you create a tribal us versus them identity. This is straight out of a psyops textbook. So why would we want to do this? Or why would psyops want to do this? Because once you're locked into tribal thinking, you're going to swallow anything. You're going to believe any lie about the other side. You're going to cheer when other people suffer. You'll excuse things that you would never excuse in your own neighborhood if you watched it right in front of you and it was one of your neighbors. This is exactly the playbook on how you get otherwise decent, kind people laughing at a murder on the internet. That is how you radicalize a country without firing a shot. And let me tell you something that you're not supposed to think about right now. You share more in common. You share more with somebody across the aisle than with a billionaire donor or some media executive pretending to speak for you. I don't think they want you to see that. They need you divided. They have to have you blind and full of rage, because a united, sane, connected public is the one thing that they actually fear. So how does a normal person, just a regular person, a guy who loves his kids, pays his bills, maybe argues politics at Thanksgiving, how does he turn into somebody who cheers at the assassination of a political opponent on the internet? This does not happen overnight. It is a formula, and I'm going to lay it out for you very plain right here. Number one is isolation. And this is where you don't just disagree with people anymore. You're told not even to interact with them. You don't have friends on the other side. Don't date them. Don't work with those people. You need to cut them out of your life. That is step one. And if you're paying attention, that's also step one of joining a cult. So step two is echo chambers. You surround yourself only with opinions that sound just like yours. Social media makes damn sure of this. And algorithms serve you more of what already pisses you off. And this has been proven and documented in research. So that rage gets recycled and concentrated like moonshine, like a moonshine still. And if you haven't caught on yet, this is step two of building a cult, a dangerous cult. So step three here is the tribal script. This is the us versus them.
I don't understand, Terry. I disagree. Saying nothing is allowing what is being said is the right way. Hold on, what? I disagree. Saying nothing is allowing what is being said is the right way. Terry, I don't think I understand what you're saying, hon. Yeah, it's brainwashing. I agree with that, but no. I'm not saying that we shouldn't say anything. That's not what I mean. If that's how it came off, that's not what I was saying. What's up, Dylan? Good to see you tonight, bud.
What's up, man?
Not a whole lot. I'll catch up with this, Terry. Give me a minute to think. Get my brain kicked back in. Let me play some more of this real quick. Sometimes I have to say something to myself 3 or 4 times before it kicks in. That's all.
Narrative. Your side is righteous, their side is evil. Every single issue is framed like a holy war, and it doesn't matter if it's taxes or healthcare. It's suddenly life or death.
Okay. I thought that's what it was. I just wanted to clarify. So no. I agree that saying nothing is no. It's not saying that means, yeah, I was misunderstood then. That's not what I mean. Definitely not to not say anything. The problem is I guess it's just the opposite. We can't not say anything. We have to stand up for this so it stops happening. That's what my point is. I'm sorry if I was misunderstood or if I said something the wrong way. Either way, that's how I feel about it. We have to stand up and stop allowing this by saying something is what my point was. I think you do was just one word in there that confused me. That's all. But I got it. I get it. Welcome, Terry. Let me play this some more.
And it's good versus evil. And if you add outrage and righteous superiority and our brain chemistry starts going bonkers, crazy, that cocktail makes people feel morally justified in hating and silencing and celebrating violence. That is true radicalization. That's how you turn regular people into basically a sleeper agent without them even knowing. The bad news is that what I just said is only the beginning, and it's happening on both sides of the imaginary aisle. Here's the truly horrifying part. All of this, it's not just a result of some advertising and algorithms. This is deliberate, and I would stake my reputation on it. This is not just some accidental byproduct of politics. This, what we're seeing right here, is engineered step by step to keep you outraged and blind and keep you just kind of stabbing and punching at shadows. All the while, this real power, the people who profit from division, stay completely untouchable. So keep this in mind while we're talking. You have more in common with someone who voted different than you did than the people that you see parading their narratives on TV. Please keep that in mind forever if you're able to. An absolutely brutal truth that nobody really wants to face. Assassinations that, especially like we saw with Charlie Kirk, assassinations are not usually about stopping some kind of evil. They're about stopping ideas. You don't kill somebody because their argument was weak. You silence them because you were terrified that their words are working on people. Think about Martin Luther King Jr. He wasn't murdered because he was irrelevant and he had bad ideas. He was killed because his vision of racial and economic unity and equality was gaining traction in the country. If you look at President Kennedy, JFK, he wasn't taken out because he had no power or had crappy ideas. He was killed right as he started poking holes in this weird, dark system's grip on our war and defense and secrecy. Mr. Rabin, this guy, Rabin, I think, assassinated in Israel. Nobody did it because he was a joke or because he was a laughingstock. He was killed because he was pushing in Israel for peace, and peace threatened power. Peace threatened power. History is unbelievably clear on this. If debate dies, when open conversation gets replaced with suppression or intimidation and ultimately violence, society walks into a death trap. There is not an exception to this. So the ideas that require censorship or intimidation or blood to survive, they are 100% of the time poison. An idea that can't survive in the sunlight has to live in the shadows. And that is the death spiral that we are in if we don't stop this shit right now. So let's look at the other hand in this magic trick. Remember we talked about there's some misdirection going on here. For decades, the press, the media was supposed to be our watchdog. They're going to find all the facts. They're going to hold the powerful accountable. They're going to keep people informed. And again, you can see this with your own eyes. It's not right versus left. Look closely at the media. It's not right versus left. This is darkness versus light. The media is a circus tent with a lot more in common to a casino. This is a propaganda machine just churning out outrage. Let me just tell you exactly how this works. Facts are boring to people. Outrage is more likely to sell. It's more likely to keep you looking at the screen. That's their metrics. That's what they get paid based off of. So instead of showing you some kind of reality, they're showing you this carefully curated nightmare reel of the absolute worst of the other side. They're not giving you the whole picture. They're giving you the most extreme clips that they can find because they know that you're going to watch. They know that you're going to get pissed off when you see it all, and you're going to come back for more tomorrow. In fact, to me, if I'm very honest, if something doesn't fit their narrative, it is completely ignored. But if a story can be kind of twisted into a blame game, then it is. So they're not showing you reality in any sense. They're showing you a story designed to keep you loyal to your tribe, addicted to whatever their version, twisted horror movie version of reality really is. And what's truly disgusting, what I am genuinely nauseated by. We tend to think, oh yeah, the media is trying to sell ads for some pharmaceutical stuff, and they're trying to sell some car commercial breaks and things like that. That's not it. This is more about distraction. The reason is, while they get you frothing at the mouth over some clip of a protester screaming nonsense, the real enemy to all of us, these entrenched people that you have nothing in common with whatsoever, who decide the narratives, they bankroll politicians, and they write the rules. And you know that they win no matter who wins, right or left. You know that they're the ones getting the checks. They're laughing at how stupid we are. So let's stop with the doom and gloom for a second here. And let me just kind of bring this back. If you strip away all of the slogans, all the hashtags, the little talking points of the media, what do regular people want? What do regular people, you and your neighbors, even the people that voted differently than you? We want our kids safe. We want a roof that doesn't leak. We want food in the fridge. We want a job that doesn't crush our frickin' soul. And we want some goddamn honesty from the people who claim to represent you, to represent us. And guess what? That guy that you don't like with the bumper sticker down the street, he wants the same thing. The woman with the MAGA hat at the grocery store that you thought was an idiot, she wants the same thing. The mom who is too busy working 3 jobs to even care about politics, she wants the same thing too. But what do they not show you on TV? What is the one thing? It's that you have that much in common with the people who voted different than you. They will never show you that. They show you the screaming protester with the purple hair threatening to burn a bunch of stuff down. They show you this red-faced conspiracy guy spitting at the camera talking about crazy stuff. They show you the absolute fringe because fringe pisses you off. Fringe makes you hateful and angry. Fringe makes you think that the other half of the country has lost its freaking mind. There are absolute real studies on this. There's hard data proving that these algorithms and the media deliberately push exactly what's going to piss you off. Because the more enraged you are, the longer you're going to stay hooked. And they're literally feeding you a diet of enemies instead of neighbors. They're programming you to see the world through some kind of warped carnival funhouse mirror, where these loudest, weird-ass 1% of extremists look like 160 million people, and it's not. It is a lie. It is a lie. And if that's a lie, then let me say one thing that's true. And let me give you the truth here. You and that weird uncle that you argue with at Thanksgiving, you're not enemies. You're both being played. You're both being manipulated. And the second that you realize that, the second that you look across the aisle and see a fellow human being instead of some caricature cartoon, is the moment that the scam starts to collapse. And I think I know what you might be thinking here. So if it's not left versus right, then who the hell is pulling all these strings? Who benefits? So let me ask you, who benefits from you hating your neighbor? Because let's be honest, regular people don't profit from this chaos. Regular people don't. But someone does, and that someone is what I personally call the covert elite, because we have elite and then we have covert elite. And these aren't like a bunch of Looney Tunes cartoon villains in some underground lair. These are CEOs and mega donors to political campaigns. And you notice how they donate to both sides? These are political lifers, media conglomerates. These are the people who cash big ass checks no matter who wins the election. They operate on both sides of the aisle because the sides pay out. They don't care about your values. They don't care about your family or your future. They care about one thing, and that's control. And let me tell you, division is the cheapest, most effective tool ever invented for that. Look at how psyops are described in military doctrine. You identify your target audience, you feed them carefully selected information, and you push their emotion until their behavior changes. This isn't theory. That's written down in black and white. And it's the same exact playbook that's being used on you and me, my family, my parents, all of us. Except this time the battlefield isn't Afghanistan. It's not some country in the Middle East. It is your living room. It's your Twitter feed. It's your nightly news. It's right here where you're looking at my face, whatever device you're watching this on. This is the battlefield. This is why both parties, you're hearing them scream about each other nonstop, but they never really seem to touch the things that matter. And you ever notice how there's always money for war, but there's never money to fix our roads? You notice how billionaires always seem to fund both sides of the elections. And if you've ever noticed, if you take a good look, corruption is a bipartisan issue. That's not incompetence. So whatever it is for the elites, they need you locked in this tribal, us versus them, tribalistic warfare. Because if you ever woke up and you started to realize that you share more in common with the other side than a single millionaire donor on your own side, the entire game starts to collapse instantly. And I think if you realize this, you'd stop fighting each other. You'd start realizing that the right versus left is fake. And I think that purely terrifies them. So who knows how long this video is going to last on YouTube. But let me be crystal clear about
Sorry, you guys. Just think about how it used to be. Okay? Remember those days, how it used to be 30 years ago, per se? Sorry about that, you guys. I always bump the stupid microphone. And just remember that we're old enough to remember before this became a raw, true issue. It's facts. It's facts. We see it every single day, and we know this, okay? 100%. That's all I'm saying. Just think about that. Sorry to interrupt.
one thing. The real enemy isn't your Democrat neighbor with the yard sign that pisses you off. It's not your Republican uncle who posts stupid memes on Facebook. The real enemy is entrenched power. And it's an entrenched power that thrives on one piece of fuel, and that fuel is chaos. The real enemy is those people who profit when you are divided and distracted, and most importantly, when you are dehumanizing your fellow Americans. This was never about left versus right. It was always about the people versus the powerful. So here's the starting point. It's just sanity, just plain everyday common sense sanity. And ask yourself, do you genuinely want political opponents murdered in the streets? Do you want your neighbor dragged through the mud because they voted differently? Of course you don't, because you're a sane human being. And that means that you're okay. And sanity right now is the most rebellious act that you can commit in this country for right now. Sanity is refusing to let CNN or Fox News or Twitter decide who your enemies are. It's looking across the aisle that's probably imaginary and saying, you know what, I disagree with your ass, but you're not the devil. Sanity is truly openly saying violence is not politics. Violence becomes the death of politics. And true sanity is seeing just the weird idiots on the news and realizing that's not the norm. That is a cartoon that's curated for you. And the second that you stop playing the outrage game and you refuse to cheer for blood, which I hope you didn't do, you're already breaking the spell if you're there. I genuinely believe in my heart that sanity is contagious. And when one person refuses to take the bait, the echo chamber starts cracking a little bit. 10 people refuse. It starts breaking open a little bit more. And let me be super clear here. When millions of people, if this were to happen, or were to refuse, the machine will collapse. I guarantee it. We don't need permission to stop being pawns on the board. The minute that you decide right now that you will not be programmed into hatred, then you have started to win. And that's the first step to being sane. And it starts with you. Mr. Charlie Kirk, his death was a mirror for all of us. And it's a mirror showing us how that we have fallen, because when we see murder being celebrated, when we see neighbors that are treated like enemies, that's the signal. And I think the good news here is that the machine only works if we feed it. It only runs on our clicks and our outrage and our willingness to see half of this country as a horrifying monster. If you starve this, it's going to die. It's as simple as that. Just think about your neighbors. Look at the people around you. Your neighbors, your co-workers, the parents at your kids' school. Do they really look like these dipshits that you see on TV and on social media? Do they actually match these memes and all the screaming clips and stuff? Hell no. They look like you. They look like me. We're tired and overworked. We're worried about bills. We're praying for a future that isn't just bonkers, batshit crazy. That's the America that cameras don't show you, because if they did, you'd stop hating people. You'd start seeing reality. So here's the pledge. Here's my one thing that I want to give to you here. And you can say this pledge out loud if you need to. I will not let anything electronic decide who my neighbor is. I will not let political violence become normal. I will no longer let propaganda tell me who to hate. I will never cheer for blood. I will choose sanity. I will choose unity. I will choose to see the humanity in people before I see their politics. And if enough of us take that stand, the whole entire rotten, nasty structure starts to fall, because the truth is very simple. There are more sane people than there are psychopaths. What we're seeing online is fake. There are more of us than there are of them. And the second that we remember that, the second we refuse to be divided against each other, which is fake, the game is permanently over. And I say this as the brainwashing expert and the psyops expert. The choice is absolutely ours. Right now, do we keep this programming? Do we keep going? Do we keep letting them program us into sociopaths? Because that's what's happening. Well, my previous video right before this one was about this. Or do we break the script and take back our sanity and just finally remember that we are one people? We're not two tribes. And I want you to remember this. If something online pisses you off, now you know for sure that you are witnessing social engineering. That's all that is. And let me end this with a quote from Martin Luther King. The ultimate weakness of violence is that it is a descending spiral, begetting the very thing it seeks to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it. Through violence, you may murder the liar, but you cannot murder the lie, nor establish the truth. Through violence, you may murder the hater, but you do not murder the hate. In fact, violence merely increases hate. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. I love you. Please, please, God, send this to somebody that you know. Take care.
Thank you, Chase Hughes. I've been screaming this for those of you that have been here with me for a while. Sarge, myself, and a few others have been saying this for a long time. Every time we have a situation, we come forward and I say these same things, folks. This is why I don't get involved. Left, right, blue, red, Republic. I don't give a fuck. I've told you this before. This is what they want us to do. I refuse. That is why there are people like this are right down the middle, as I told you, in independent. I will not do it. I won't do it. I refuse to do it. You're not going to make me believe anything I will not believe. And like Sarge has screamed for years now, we're all trained from a young age to think a certain type of way. And they control that constantly by what they give us in the news, on TV shows, everything. And I won't do it, guys. I won't. I never have. Okay. I think for myself. Okay. I choose what I believe. Not you. I choose it. Just like you choose what you believe, not me, not somebody else. If we end up feeling the same way, then so be it. but nobody else is ever going to tell me, my children, or my wife, because we all believe the same way, which side we're going to look at and think is the better or worst. I won't do it. I am my own person, and I'm not going to sit quietly anymore, per se. In fact, I haven't been being quiet. I've been screaming this type of shit forever. Like, we are, I don't want to use the word brainwashed, okay? But that is what they do. MSN comes out and screams about the lefters, okay? Then they come back out and scream about the writers and the people on the right in different ways, back and forth, and they get everybody going at each other's throats. It's insane. We have to stop allowing it. Make your own choices, and I'm not saying you guys don't. This community is very smart. Okay? Very smart. I'm not saying just to sit here and be quiet and mind your own business. You don't have to choose anything. Okay? You choose what you choose, period. That's all I've been saying. This one wants us to hate this one. That one wants us to hate this. No. That's exactly, and we're giving into what they want by doing that. That's the problem, okay? And that's why I don't get into all that other bullshit. I will see it for what it is and go from there. And that's what I've always done, you guys. Now, I have stayed out of certain conversations because I know that if I'm going to say what I'm going to say, that both sides will attack me, because then what they do then is they turn around and they say, oh, you're brainwashed. No, I'm not. I just see it for what it is. I'm sorry. That's all I'm saying. I love that message from Chase and Candace Owens. They both have put out very good and very interesting statements on this. And I have a couple other little things on this, but it's definitely got me thinking about other things with what happened here. Okay. That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Hemisphere. Thanks for joining me tonight.
Hey, Dago.
100%, Tomboy. 100%. That's why whenever I see people come in and start saying, well, the left, they did this and they did that, and then the right did this, I don't listen to it. I'm not going to. It's not because I'm being rude to you, because I know that's what's wanted, and I won't play into that anymore. That's all I'm saying. And I don't mean it disrespectful to anybody. Okay, I love all you guys. Period. Anyway, what's happening, Hemisphere? How are you? What can we do for you tonight, sir?
Well, this is a topic that's going to open up a whole lot of doors. But from what I'm seeing, this guy got assassinated on trying to force a narrative on people that can't accept it.
Say that again.
Now, this is going to be a hard topic to talk about, and I get it, and I respect everybody's feelings. It don't mean to step on nobody's toes, but this is a conversation that our society should be talking about. Flat out. I mean, our freedoms is taken for granted for years. Personally, I can't speak for anybody, but I can speak for myself, and I can tell you how I feel about voting. Does it really count? Do I really have a say? Does these people that run for office, are they telling the truth that they're planning on doing this, that, and the other with my country? But
I think you know that.
Why do I have a feeling that whenever they do get in the office, it's a totally different story? Now they're just running the narrative that they want, because it's all set up for them to do exactly what they want them to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So welcome, Noel.
It's not about say our President Trump. He has been working his whole life as a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
This is exactly the way I see him. He's a billionaire. every president that we've ever had in office has always had some form of duty in service, a branch of military.
Right.
This man came in as a millionaire and he ran the country like a boss man. And they shined on him, or shunned him, should I say, if that's a word, uh, because he stands on his core beliefs. And when a man stands on his core beliefs and you don't believe that, that goes against what our founding fathers found the country on.
Right.
Our country, it has been going to hell in the hell basket for a long time.
Oh, that's fact. Yeah.
For a very long time.
But see, I agree with that, and I think it's because if you pay attention to what we just heard, which I know you heard it, I think that's when it started. Truly, when they started doing that, okay, pitting people against each other and playing each other against each other, making each other hate each other because of their beliefs in certain things, that's when that started, in my opinion. Truly. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to put that in there.
I just want to. I don't want to. Lord has put this on my heart. He has always put this on my heart. I get it. You got some people who just don't believe it, and some people just hasn't made their mind up. They
Right.
straddle on both sides of the fence, but there comes a time when you got to really just can't accept it, but you got to open your eyes up to it and open your heart to it. The belief system in you that you believe in, your core beliefs that makes you a person. I'm talking about your inner being of who you are. That makes Dago Dago.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me. You.
Yeah, of course. That's how you should live your life that way.
This is something, what I'm saying, Dago, is so much powerful if you can just tune into it and believe in the belief system of morale. I can think maybe our parents, when we was growing up, has taught us right from wrong and made sure that when we was wrong, we was taught it was wrong. And we knew it was wrong.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So you go to school, you see a flag up there that's United States flag is flying at school in every classroom in all the school is getting up every morning to say blessing, prayer, and also pledge allegiance to the flag.
Mm-hmm.
That right there united everybody.
Agreed.
We are truly one with that. When they took the flag away from our schools, what happened? We started seeing school violence, kids bringing guns to school. One in Michigan, there's about a couple up in Florida. What was the other one? Somewhere in the country. Several of them. It's just plotting and planning and how to do mass killing at school. Never had to worry about going to school back in the day because there was none of that going on. But now, if you don't go to school with at least a gun in your backpack to at least protect yourself.
And that's the thing, is that shouldn't be you shouldn't. Well, first, you can't do that, but that's what a lot of people at this point feel like, like my son's school, he's out of school now, thank God. But I have grandkids that are in school, okay, and it's become we have armed police officers in his school now, and there's teachers now that have had to have special training to be just in case, okay. And I'm a little unnerved about that, but I trust one of them's the ex-police officer. The other one, I believe, it took a whole lot of training courses, and he's a gym teacher or something like that. But anyway, that was never, ever, ever a thing when I was in elementary school. You'd have never dreamed of that. There was no metal detectors in schools. You didn't have to be scanned with the buzzer when you walk in. There weren't security guards standing there when you walked there. You just went to school, and you enjoyed your day, and you learned, and you went out for recess and played with your friends, and you ate your lunch, and you went to fuck home, and that was the end of it. It's never, ever been like the way it is now, and it's not. I'm trying to figure out how to say what I'm saying. I mean, I agree with you that then some things changed in schools when they did, that it changed a lot of outlooks on certain things, and things got different, okay? But I don't believe that should have to be the reason why. I think, yes, we traded lunch too, Kent. It's become terrifying for a lot of people have taken their kids out of school and homeschooled them because they're afraid to send them to school. And it's not just schools now that we're seeing, though. It's every fucking where. Like, people who don't want to leave their house anymore, hemisphere, they don't, because it's like when I go out to a restaurant, I've said this before, I sit, if I can, against a wall, facing the door, where I can see my family and the door, because I don't trust being in public anymore. I just don't. Okay, I don't trust people, and that's not how we should be as a people. We're supposed to be able to love and support each other and trust each other. I just watched something today. I should show it to you guys. It was about the 80s decade and how different things are. I really should show it to you because it explained everything. Okay. We would send our kids like out. Okay. For instance, one of the things they touched on. Okay. This is huge to me. When I saw this, I was like, oh my God, it's fact. I remember walking to school when I was 6 years old, and I had to walk probably 4 or 5 blocks to get there. But we all walked in like groups, all the neighbor kids. Okay. There's probably 4, 5, 6 of us, but we would walk to school at 6 years old. Do you realize, and they pointed this out, that if you were to send your 6-year-old child to school to walk by themselves, to walk 5 blocks, do you know who would show up at your house that afternoon? Children's Services. You can't do it now. And I get it, okay? I wouldn't do it now. I wouldn't do it now because that's dangerous to me, and I don't trust people. I was almost abducted when I was in 2nd grade. I was 7 or 8 years old, and I was walking home from school, and there were 2 guys walking towards me on the sidewalk, and there was kids everywhere. We had just let out of school. There's probably 25 kids walking in the same direction, and I was walking, and there, you know, the pole barn type sheds that you have in your backyard, the wood things, whatever they're called. There was one of those sitting on the corner of somebody's property. Okay, these 2 guys were walking towards me, and something felt weird. I remember this as clear as day. And I got unnerved, so I started to walk around the shed. They come walking around the shed too. And they were both looking directly at me. And I started to turn, like to walk back around the sidewalk, and I started walking faster. They started walking faster. All I remember doing is looking across the street, and there was, if you guys remember this, there was one of those hands in this lady's window of her house that was like, those used to mean when we were kids, they taught us in school. If you ever have problems or something happens, you look for that sign, you go to that house. It's a helping hand is what it stood for. This is in Ohio. I don't know if you guys had those, but I ran to her house, knocked on the door, told her what was happening. She looks out the door, and those guys were gone. They booked. I don't know who they were, how old they were, but they just looked shady to me, and it scared the shit out of me. So I went to her house, and I was taught, just like we've taught all our kids, my phone number, my name, my address, my parents' names, all that shit. They called my parents. My mom was at work. because I was a latchkey kid. Okay, my mom was at work, my dad was at work. They get off the shed. What are you talking about? 300. Anyhow, they came and picked me up. I filed a police report. My parents took me out of that school and put me in another school, which was closer to home. But then I didn't walk anymore. But the point is like those are the things that have created the fear in us to do those types of things, because people do this like every other day now. Okay, it's crazy. It didn't used to be a thing. People in the neighborhoods and other kids and older kids would watch out for everybody now, and nobody trusts any of that anymore. That's one of the biggest things. So I'm just saying, okay? So I understand the fear. Hence the reason why I wouldn't allow my 6-year-old child to walk to school by himself. That's insane to me at this point. But it was okay for our generation because things were different at that point. And that's what I wish things could go back to, but they never will, okay? You know, we could, like, go ride our bike and flip over the fucking handlebars and get up and wipe it off and go get some mercurochrome thrown on it and go back to playing. Nowadays, you gotta, Jesus Christ, you gotta go to the hospital and get an x-ray for a concussion. You probably need to get this done and that done and so on and so forth. Everything is so different now. Everything.
Well,
and I feel like that's the way it's wanted to be, not by us, by everybody else. Go ahead.
We was raised up, at least I was raised up where when you go to school, you get home at 3 o'clock. You go do your homework and then you go outside and you play. And then
100%.
you come back home before it gets dark so you can eat dinner and then you go to bed. That was it.
Yes.
But we're in a time where we got phones to look at all the time. You know, I saw a newborn getting handed a brand new phone. Just got out of the womb. I'm like, dude, can't even hold the phone. You already giving me one. That's just the world that we live in now.
That's
I don't know when was the last time a family could sit around a table and eat with each other and be able to sit there and talk to each other. That's another element that's probably missing too.
There's a lot of things that are missing nowadays, and things that have happened. Like that's one of the things that Chase was talking about, though. None of this started until that began. Like I said, if you think back 30 years ago, this wasn't like this with the whole left and right and all that bullshit. Okay, the left, the right, they work together. Okay, Democrats and Republicans, and I'm not going political. I'm just making a statement here. Democrats and Republicans work together, even though they were on opposite sides of the fence. There was no problems crossing over that aisleway to help the other side. That is forbidden now. There's the problem, okay? And that's the way they're keeping this. And that's where the issue is. Nobody wants to see that, though. They just see that, oh, that's a tactic. That's a tactic. That's bullshit. That's not a tactic. That's a fact. And that's why I fully agree with him on that.
There was a meeting that this guy that shot or assassinated, my mind, people, the names are gone. Anyway, they had a meeting before. And every time when he had a debate, they always had the microphone and they go up there and they have a debate. Well, they showed it. He didn't like what he was getting out of him, so to say. Didn't like it because he didn't share his views, which that's not what his message was anyway. We can disagree, but can we have a conversation to where we are right in the middle?
Right.
Right in the middle of something.
That never used to be a problem.
You can learn something, and I can learn something. We both get something out of it.
And that's when, yeah, working together. There was always some form of a common ground that could be found.
Yeah, but this guy,
like illegal now.
But this guy took something that he said to him personal, and it wasn't meant personal. So when he found out that he was going to be in Utah, he was going to get him for that.
And that's the thing.
He got assassinated out of hate.
100%. Yes. I truly agree with that.
He didn't share the same view. That was not his message at all.
No, and that's not okay. You can't take somebody's life because he has a different view on something than you do. The insanity behind that that's all you have to be able to see is the insanity behind taking somebody's life who, once again, in my opinion, and I'm not trying to be religious, I'm just telling you, I've always believed this. There's only one being in this world and beyond that has the ability nor the right to take our life. That's it. One being, okay? Nobody else has that right. That's because over a difference of opinion. You've got to be fucking kidding me. No.
Everybody in chat, Dago, if I was to sit here and tell you, because I do have a belief system, I believe that there's more than what we see. I believe that there's a gumptioness in everybody who gets up day to day and do what they got to do every day to take care of their families. That's their core belief system. So what I'm saying is, I believe that there's a God. I believe that Jesus died on the cross for my sins. I believe that cold-heartedly. Because if I didn't believe that, where is the need for me to get up and do what I got to do every day?
I can believe in that 100%. And listen, there's people that don't feel the same way you do. This is a good example, Hemisphere. Thank you. I feel the same way you do, okay? That's just how I was raised. That's what I'm comfortable. That's my comfort zone. Let me put it that way, okay? And that is what makes me go every day. Push forward, okay? Because the world is a very difficult place to live in now. But that is what keeps me going forward. And there's people out there that don't believe that same way. And I understand and I respect that. That's the difference. But you do realize that there are people out there that you saying what you just said and me agreeing with you, that they want to come after us because of that.
No.
And
Well,
there
that was the whole reason. Jesus even said that. If you believe in me, you're going to do the works of the Father. You're going to perish because of me.
Right. That's true. That is true.
That's not probably word for word what he said, but that's about what he was talking about.
It's in the same circumference. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It is very sad. It is very sad, Dory, because is it that serious to you? Is it truly? I have a friend that is an atheist, okay? One of my best friends. I grew up with. Like, we've known each other our whole lives. We even went to church together when we were kids. When I was forced to go to church, you know, when you're a kid, they force that shit on you, okay? He chose to change his mind when he became an adult and he could be and make his own decisions, which is the way I think it should be anyway. When he was younger, his parents shoved it down his throat. See, my parents gave me a choice when I was younger. You don't have to believe this if you don't want to, but here's the experience. What do you think of it? I chose to believe that, and I still do. I'm not a super holy roller, Bible thumper, whatever you guys want to call it. I don't do that. I do say God bless. I do say prayers and stuff like that, but that doesn't mean that I'm angry at you if you don't. In fact, I respect the fact that you can make your own choice and believe your thoughts. Like I said, my best friend is an atheist. I may be uncomfortable and worry about him because of my beliefs, but I still support him in his, if that makes any sense to anybody at all. Because some people don't see it the way I do. They're like, you can't think that way, Dago. It's not okay to think that way. What is wrong with you? What do you mean it's not okay for me to think and respect that my friend thinks differently than I do?
So when I read it, when I get to reading the scripture, I'm having a conversation that's one-on-one with the spiritual father. My spirit is communicating with him. And what I get out of that is between me and the Father. So when I come to you and share that info to you, it's foreign to you. Why is it foreign? Because it's not meant for you.
It's between you and him, and that's it. Yes.
So here's the deal, Dago. When Jesus died on the cross, two things happened. The Father turned onto the Son, or turned his back toward the Son. Why? He had the weight of the world on him. He had the sins of the world on him. The devil himself, only thought that come across his mind was, I got him gone.
Mm-hmm.
God came down in a man's form, and I got him out of my realm. But what he didn't know is that God had an insurance policy. You look it up on YouTube. It's called the Ark of the Covenant.
No, I know what you're talking about. I do. And like I said, we don't do religious and or political conversations because it does upset people, but this is okay because we're explaining our feelings, okay? I'm not shoving this at somebody's throat because you don't have to believe anything you don't want to believe, and I would never tell anybody to do that. Everybody else in this chat room right now could believe the opposite of me. I still love everybody in here, and I still respect everybody in here, and I would still stand in front of a bus to protect somebody else, knowing that they have a completely different belief than I do. That is the way we should be, okay? Not anything other than that. So yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll keep that to myself. Just hopefully that one of these days y'all realize what I was saying. This is the reason why the churches are having a bad go of it. There's a reason.
Oh, I know. Absolutely. Like I said.
So all I can say is the Father says seek and find. So if you seek him, you can find him. He's right there in that book. Just open it up and look and read it. Just read it.
Right.
And let it do its thing with you.
Absolutely. And like I said, I always talk about people that are going through things in this community. And I'm like, if you notice how I say it, if you're a praying person, please keep such and such in your thoughts and prayers, because there are people that aren't. And I understand that. So that's where I don't want them to feel like they have to do something. I truly believe in prayer, folks. You know, I've been through a lot of things in my life that I feel have helped me through those things. That has helped me through those things. So that's why I say those things. But I would never, there's quite a few people that I know are not, they have a different belief than what religion is, okay? I respect that. I respect that because I'm comfortable with what I have. And they're comfortable with what they have. And we can meet in the middle and be comfortable with ourselves, not having to shove that at each other's throats is all I'm saying. So, you know, to each their own, 100%. You know, do I feel different about certain things? Of course I do. But it doesn't upset me what you think. That's the difference. No. I still love you for who you are, period. That's all I'm saying. But I get what you're saying, and I know exactly what you mean, Hemisphere. Now, before we go too deeper into this, I mean, it went a little bit to the side, but I had a couple of things I was going to show tonight about this situation. I don't know if you guys all saw these things, okay? This kid that shot Charlie Kirk. The stuff that he had been going on beforehand, and what led up to. I have questions about all of this stuff and the involvement of other people per se. Excuse me, but this next thing, I didn't know if you guys saw any of this or knew any of this, so I was going to share this with you too. I appreciate your thoughts and your insight, by the way, Hemisphere, very much so.
Oh, no problem, bud.
How do you kill the breath of life first breathing your physical body?
I'll say this too. I find myself sometimes I have to pinch myself because when I get to rolling like that, It's not pre-planned.
No, I get it. There's nothing wrong
It's
with
not
that.
pre-planned at all. I didn't even that thought didn't even cross my mind when I come up here and talk to you on this panel. It's just the way the conversation went, and I just
And there's nothing wrong with that. I respect that. I truly do. I do, because you have a strong belief and a comfort in your faith, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. I respect that. And that's the weird thing, you guys. I was christened, baptized Catholic. Period. I mean, I'm Roman Catholic, folks. I'm Italian. Think about it. You know what I mean? But I don't practice that. I don't need to. Okay? I don't need to do that. My wife is Christian. She was christened Christian. That's it. Definite differences in the in Catholicism and all that people have issues with. I don't need that. I can have church in my bathroom, folks, because of who I believe in, what I feel. That's all I'm saying. I don't believe in all that other, you have to do this, you have to do that. No, that's not how I feel. So,
with all this being said, okay, we can change the subject a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you think it's about time for all these political rallies and these get-togethers for outdoors elements? Because remember, Trump, they tried it with Trump.
Yeah, it's starting to get kind of dangerous. I agree. The problem is when you have something inside. I mean, it was supposed to be outside because it was nice weather, and we should be able to be outside and not worry about that stuff. But I agree with you that they may have to change some standards now, security standards, maybe holding these things more in an enclosed area with more. They definitely need more. They had 6 police officers working. 6. Do you know how many people were there, Hemisphere?
Oh, I couldn't tell you.
Thousands. Okay. 6 police officers for thousands of people. That make what sense does that make to anybody? It doesn't. That's insane to me. I'm just saying.
Well, I know Secret Service can't provide anything for that because he wasn't a president.
Right. But the local police department had sent his cabinet of people, or his crew, or his staff. There we go. Messages asking him not to do this, right? Because I think they were worried about their security. Well,
we almost lost the president over it.
Right.
Same scenario.
Right. And like I said,
didn't get hit, but this time we lost somebody.
That's what I mean. So they need to. I think it was. This is my opinion, of course. I think it was on like local law enforcement, freedom of speech and freedom of press, or freedom of expression, whatever you call that stands for, being able to do that. You shouldn't have to stop doing it. So I think the local police should have adapted and brought people in. Okay, knowing that this is going to happen, maybe in the future they're going to have to start doing what they did with the Pope. You know how the Pope rides around in that Pope mobile thing with all the bulletproof glass and all that shit. Maybe that's an idea, okay, for situations like this. It's something that is modular, that can be moved when need to be, and they stand behind this. And I think that's probably a little bit more like something that can be definitely done and moved in different places. That's all I'm saying.
Well, definitely something needs to be done.
I might just suggest looking into what federal agencies are partnered with that college. Okay. I don't know nothing about that, Lucci. That's what we have you for. And you do know shit. Stop it. So yeah, I mean, maybe that one might be an option that they should look into for future situations, because now it's, Jesus, can you imagine? And I know a lot of people would have celebrated it, but that's not, whether you agree or disagree with what the president is, he's still our president. We shouldn't celebrate that at all. Or anybody being killed for that matter. I'm just saying, these people need protected at this point. There's obviously going to be people trying to hurt people. We need to do the things to make it so that it can't happen. That's all I'm saying. But this here explains some of what was going on with this. If this is him that did this, because he still hasn't admitted to this. He won't say a damn word. But the things that he had going on in his mind a little bit, It's kind of crazy. So I figured I'd show this if nobody had seen this yet.
James Robinson, the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk. We just got our hands on brand new court paperwork. We are talking potential charges. We are talking bail. We are talking now a new detailed timeline of events, and we're going to break it down for you in real time. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, so we're doing something very different here on Sidebar. We are breaking down this legal paperwork we just got our hands on in real time. No prep. I'm literally looking at this right now. This is new paperwork that was just filed in connection with the arrest
over the
of
weekend.
Tyler James Robinson, the 22-year-old who is suspected of killing Charlie Kirk. Now, what do I have in my hands on? I have an affidavit of probable cause.
Hang on. Let me play this first. Thank you, Jesse. This is kind of interesting. Let me go here first, and then we'll do the other one. Just a second.
And a bit more information has come out about the alleged assassin for Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson. And we're going to go over what they're telling us and what we see. The differences in what they tell us versus what we see, and just also some of the inconsistencies in the things that they're saying. They have pieced law enforcement, being they, and many people online who believe law enforcement, people that believe the very first thing the government tells them, they have crafted a particular story. And there are just holes in this story, and we should be looking at those holes and questioning, and it's up to the government, it's up to federal officials and law enforcement to actually fill those holes. And if they cannot fill those holes, that leaves plot holes that leave many of us wondering, what is the actual real story going on here? So first things first, and I want to try my best to give equal weight to those who say it absolutely was Tyler Robinson and, and some sort of trans death cult that killed Charlie Kirk. Let's give weight to that and see if there's any there. And then let's also look at all of the stuff that isn't adding up, and then say, how do you fit this into this narrative? I think it's also important to remember that law enforcement has a lot of pressure to come up with somebody, right? They don't want to look like idiots. They don't want to look like failures. They don't want to look inept. And so it is in their best interest. And, and they did, right? They arrested 2 guys originally that ended up not being the shooter. And so they kind of look dumb as it is, and they want to get somebody, and they've got this kid, and it just feels like they're making all of these pieces fit. Now, the first rebuttal to this is people will say, but Kim, the kid confessed. He confessed and his father turned him in. But did he? Let's go ahead and look at this.
And anything new on the investigation? You say he admitted that, confessed?
No, not again. He is not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Okay, so Tyler Robinson has not confessed. He is not cooperating. People around him are, but Tyler himself apparently is denying that he did this if he's not confessing. I mean, maybe he's not denying either. Maybe he's just saying nothing at all, but he's not cooperating, and he's.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, one of the statements that Robinson made was that this is a doppelganger of him that is trying to get him in a lot of trouble. Which I was like, what? So I'm not going to say what I think yet on this, okay? But that's what he has stated, and he's dead set on that statement, from my understanding.
He's certainly not confessing. So there goes that theory out the window that he confessed. Now, then you might say, well, then why did his dad turn him in? Because the reports initially were that the father, that he confessed to the dad went to him, but these are all rumors, right? This is all playing the game of telephone, where it's like, well, I had heard that he went to the dad and told the dad that the father confronted him, and the kid said, yeah, I was the shooter. And then he said he'd rather commit suicide than be turned in. And so, but then the youth pastor got involved and convinced him, right? This is the story that we've all been told. But that's a game of telephone. We don't know how much of that's been stretched. It very well could have been that the father saw the kid on the surveillance, this surveillance that they showed us. And this right here is, by the way, and what I don't like about this image is when I first saw this image, and then when they showed us the mugshot of Tyler, they don't really look the same. And my first reaction was, this doesn't look like the same guy, because this guy has a thinner mouth and Tyler had thicker lips and whatnot. And then the law enforcement comes out and says, oh, that's because this is AI generated. What the hell are they doing using AI generated images? They shouldn't.
And that's what I said. If you look at this picture, okay, these are two completely different things right now. Different jeans, okay, different shirt, different glasses, different hat. They shouldn't be doing this, okay? This is a problem. This causes confusion, mass confusion. No, this is not the way to do this. I'm sorry. Put your AI away and do it the right way, period. That's something that I have big issues with. Do not do this, because this will cause way more problems than fixing anything. Every bit of this is completely different, okay? Look at it. These are completely different glasses. That's a completely different picture on the shirt. The jeans are different. Okay, and the face looks different too. You can't do this kind of shit in a case like this, or any case. Put the right picture out. Do not do some kind of computer-generated bullshit unless you don't know what the person looks like, and then at least you'll get close. But this is the wrong way to do this. This bothers me. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it. Put the AI away and do it the right way. I'm just saying.
Be doing that at all. And their excuse is, well, we needed to AI enhance it. So that means you could create this into a completely different person.
Exactly.
Law enforcement should not be using AI to enhance a person's image, because then you end up with the wrong potential person. And really, how can we trust that you haven't fully manipulated the face altogether and that it's completely somebody completely different? And now you're using AI. And if we normalize this and they're going to use AI, they could just say anybody's a culprit, essentially, and just plaster their face on a suspect and then say, well, see, we got the guy and it was you. And these are the images. We can't normalize them using AI, but they used AI on this. And I don't like that. But nonetheless, allegedly, what we're told, again, a game of telephone, is that the father saw these images, recognized his son, went to his son and said, hey, was this you? And the son was like, yeah. And then the kid turned, and then, they got him to turn himself in. What if the father just said, hey, I think you need to just turn yourself into the police as somebody that was there. You were the one running from the roof or whatever. I don't know what the conversation was between him and his dad. It's all speculation, and we have to remember that. So maybe the kid then said, all right, fine, I'll do that. And maybe the whole conversation was, and we'll clear your name, son. Don't worry. We'll turn you in. We'll do the right thing. And then we'll clear your name. I mean, that could have been the conversation, but that's not the story we got, right?
They give them a choice in our school, Jody, to do it. And I don't like that, but whatever. That's what things have come to. If you don't want to say it, they don't have to. And I don't believe in that. That's just my opinion, but.
Instead, we got this story of he confessed and the father turned him in. And in reality, it turns out the kid didn't confess, because that's now what law enforcement, or the governor.
Welcome back, Mr. Shul. Good to see you back in the house. Thank you for jumping back up here with us.
And see, that's what bothered me about Koberger's case. It's the same damn thing.
A lot of parallels can be made between the Idaho 4 and this case.
I mean, it's just like we're just
putting
a whole lot of pictures in a hat, and we're just drawing up. The first one we draw up, that's who we're gonna go after.
And in a sense, like I said, like she just said, you cannot use AI in a situation like this, okay? If you need to enhance certain things, understood, but you made two completely different people here. You can't do that. Mass confusion, folks. Mass confusion. And that is the last thing that needs to happen in a situation like this, okay?
Now, all of a sudden, you got a case of he said, she said.
What'd you say?
Now you got a case of he said, she said, because we don't even know who we're talking about now.
Exactly. At some point, you got to be able to see Don't do this. This is the shit that bothers me about AI right here. 100%. Don't do it. No.
Of Utah, Spencer Cox is actually saying he didn't turn himself in. So you have to remember, he didn't turn himself in. This is an AI generated image right here. AI generated, meaning we don't actually know. I mean, that enough.
Which one is which? Somebody tell me here which one. How do we know which one is the right one? Do you see the problem? Because they're similar, but everything about, look, the glasses are different. The hat is different. The shirt is different. The jeans are even different, folks. I can't see the shoes, but I'll bet they're different.
You see, those are skinny jeans.
Yes.
Those aren't like the kind of jeans that you can hide a rifle barrel in.
No, that's what I mean.
There's no rifle barrel. He doesn't have a rifle barrel there. There's nowhere to put a rifle barrel.
Right. So why would you put something like this out, especially in a situation like this, instead of just getting the picture of the guy and showing it to us like they're supposed to? You throw this in the mix and can fucking fuse everybody. This is not how this works, guys. It's not how it works, and I'm not gonna sit here and say this is okay because it's way beyond not okay.
Itself shouldn't be used. And then Kash Patel today. So then you might say, well, but there was a note, and the trans lover has a note. And so we know now it was this kid because of this note. This note, you mean, that doesn't exist?
Did he write a written note before the assassination attempt? That's what the governor said yesterday. And what did that say? If you could.
So what I'm able to say, I'm sorry. So what I'm able to say is I addressed it partially earlier, is that the written note, we believe what did exist, and we have evidence to show what was in that note, which is.
You believe it did exist, but it doesn't now. This is what I'm talking about. What the fuck? These are the things that are issues, folks. This is just like Idaho. I swear to God, it is. Anyway.
And I'm going to summarize, basically saying the suspect wrote a note saying, I have the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it. That note was written before the shooting. Evidence of its existence, we now have learned, existed before the shooting, was in the location in the suspect and partner's home.
Prove it now. Prove it to me. Now that you have created doubt, prove it to me. Are you serious? This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Jesse.
Did you see the image, the screenshot that I sent you of the commentary about the rifle itself?
Not yet. No, I don't. Or wait,
so the email I sent contained this link, but there was an attachment to a screenshot, and I thought that was actually more interesting to me than. I mean, the video is quite interesting. I do like Kim Iverson, but there is something else in that email.
Well, hold on then. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do have it right here. You talking about that?
Yeah.
It says, I owned a Mauser 98 chambered in 30-06 for 20 years. And absolutely everything they say happened with this rifle is impossible. He never walked a step with it in his jeans. He didn't. See, I thought that was odd, but okay. He didn't shoot it with the scope mounted that far back without busting his entire eye socket, because even a properly mounted scope can give you a black eye. And if you're too close on the stock, he didn't shoot. See, I thought that was a really powerful gun. And it's not something you do with that gun. That's all I knew, but I didn't know if things had changed with guns or whatever, but okay. That's an interesting
let me finish the comment because it got cut off in my screenshot. He
Okay.
didn't shoot any human anywhere on their body without an exit wound, certainly not the neck of Charlie Kirk. He didn't disassemble the World War II era sporterized Mauser in under a minute and flee, let alone 10 to 15 seconds. And he definitely didn't reassemble the Mauser and stash it in the wooded area. That was the full comment.
Yeah, well, I mean, which makes sense because, like I said, it's not something you would do with this type of a gun. And so I thought,
and I'm seeing these kind of comments everywhere
yeah,
from people who apparently know. I don't know guns, but
I
I'm
do.
seeing
which
these
is-
comments. And the thing is, this comment, Dago, has 20 replies. And of those 20 replies, nobody's disagreeing with what this guy's saying.
No, and I don't either.
Nobody's saying, "Hey, wait a minute, I know a guy that can disassemble a Mauser in 30 seconds." Nobody's saying that. There's no pushback. Every comment I see about this rifle says that it's a sloppy conspiracy theory that just simply isn't plausible, which is sort of how we feel about the Idaho 4. Like a lot of the official story just isn't plausible. It's physically impossible.
Well, see, when you said this about this, the way this happened and what it was, because I didn't know the details on the type of gun until like just not too long ago. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I guess it can be done. It's not typically something you do with that kind of gun. But yeah, I mean, those other little points make perfect sense. The power that this gun has, the whole thing about his eye and the scope is right. Okay. It's a very strong and powerful gun, which in turn relates to the fact that there's no exit wound. When you do this, there has to be. That bullet goes through and through, folks, period. It's a very strong gun. That's all I'm saying. I didn't know if there is or isn't a bullet exit wound, any of that stuff. I didn't know any of that, okay? But this is odd.
The
It's
exit
very,
wound is
very
something
odd.
that I can wrap my head around even without having any expertise of guns, because it's pretty straightforward, basic science, right? The larger hole should be the exit wound. In fact, most entry wounds are almost invisible to the naked eye. You see, and the blood projecting outwards. That should be from the exit wound, and when that is facing the line of fire, that's completely opposite of what you'd expect to see, right?
So then, because I haven't seen yet, like what is, not to be gory, folks, but the exit wound itself, where is it? What is it? Like, how did they describe it?
There is no exit wound. There's no, the official story doesn't discuss an exit wound, and to the naked eye in the video, you haven't seen the video. It's nasty if you haven't seen it.
I saw the original video. You can see the initial impact, but you don't, like I said, you don't see anything happen behind him as far as.
No, but don't. What you see is a rather large opening right here.
Yeah.
And you see like 2 gallons of blood just pour directly out like a
right
from here, and the blood shouldn't be pouring out the entry wound, right? The blood should be pouring out.
Well, here's the problem. Okay, this is what some people aren't understanding. Where it got him, that's your jugular vein, okay? So all you have to do is nick a jugular vein, and it's like with the pressurized, with your heart pumping, the pressure behind that, it's going to squirt like a hose, and it comes out quick and hard. So that part, I believe that. The problem is with the power behind the 30-06, there should have been a hole like that in the back. Okay, that's what I don't understand.
Wouldn't the blood get forced quickly out the larger hole than the
well,
entry?
because the jugular's right here, it's going to come here, and it's different. It's hard to explain. I'm sure there would be blood coming through the back as well, but because the jugular being there, like I said, it's like a pressurized hose. When you clip a pressurized hose, whatever's in it sprays everywhere. Okay. And it's got pressure underneath it because your heart's pumping until it stops. So it's gonna come out like it did, yes, but I don't understand how my biggest thing is I don't understand how there's not an exit wound. There's a lot of power behind that gun, unless something. See, they're saying now that that he was wearing a vest, and that it may have ricocheted off of his vest and then punctured his neck.
I think that's been debunked already.
I hope it is, because that makes no sense to me. Because if anything else, that vest, it would have bounced backwards, not into his neck, and the force that it would have had left on it would have, in a sense, it wouldn't have caused all that damage. Okay, so I just don't know what would have slowed the bullet down enough to keep it from exiting the body. If that makes any sense to you guys.
Well, we might just not have seen the exit wound.
Well, if there isn't one, I have questions, and so it's going to pump out pretty strong, though, Jesse. Like, I think
from the, I mean, the video I saw, you see.
Oh yeah,
everything spill out from here. You don't see any blood anywhere else. You don't
No,
see any splatter
he
behind
leans and it
them.
comes directly out like a fountain. Yes.
Mhm.
I mean, that I expected because of the way it hit him, where it hit him. I mean, it was like, at first I was thinking that they aimed for that, but I'm thinking, why would you aim for that point instead of a headshot? You know what I'm saying? Which not to be gruesome, but, and I feel that after I thought about it for a while and I watched some other things with it, that I think it was meant to be a headshot and he missed, but that's a hell of a lucky shot to get after making a miss on what you wanted, because it was an instantaneous thing. Okay, there's no way that they would have saved him. I don't believe that ever.
How far out did he shoot him?
About 175 yards, they said.
Wow.
It was real. Anybody that don't think so, it was definitely real.
I had no doubt.
Well, that's a good point too. That would have stopped it. That I agree with. And that could also explain, no, because the way he leaned was, I don't know. I'd have to see some other things with this for me to understand fully, because of what I know medically, I have some issues with
you
that.
would have think they would have talked about retrieving the bullet, right? Like the bullet should be lodged in a wall or a tree or something behind him if it wasn't still in, you know.
Unless it got maybe at the angle it might got lodged in his spine or a bone or something, but there's nothing back there but that. So it had to go. I guess it could because of the angle that it went in, but
it seems like they're more interested in talking about his trans boyfriend, though.
Yeah,
I
which
thought
is
it was
ridiculous.
interesting in that interview when he's asked, did he confess? Well, no, he didn't actually, but he did have a trans boyfriend, and it's like,
Which makes,
dude, that wasn't the question. You know,
no,
like,
that's insane to
but
me.
why are you
100%.
so interested in pointing that out to us?
Right, and also I have another question too with this. Why was there only one shot taken?
Yeah, I mean, Matthew Crooks seems to be of the same level of experience, a guy that went to the range for a while to practice this, to pull this off, if you believe that he was even the real shooter.
Right.
And he took several shots, right? And it just seems to me that unless you're a trained assassin, like a sharpshooter,
Bingo.
you take one shot and you're comfortable that you hit your target. But if you're not, you would think you'd take bang, bang. You want to take a couple, you know, make sure.
Well, I heard when I watched the video, I heard one rap. I didn't hear another shot. So I don't know if I missed it or.
Oh no, there was only one shot. There was only one shot, but I mean, it strikes me as it makes more sense that an untrained shooter would want to take a couple kicks at the can, let's say.
Right, 100%. I mean, that's just weird.
But they can still tie him to that dang gun anyway, because I heard they found the gun, but now that I'm wondering if they went ahead and tested his hands for
GSR. I'm sure they did.
So they don't really need a confession to get him.
You guys remember me saying an orgy of evidence from the movie Minority Report?
Of course, yeah.
And I keep on referring to that scene where been a homicide detective for 15 years. You know how many times I've seen an orgy of evidence?
Right.
None. Well, that gun being found with those inscriptions and all that stuff, that's an orgy of evidence right there.
Well, and that's right. And that other thing you said before, this is so weirdly a lot like, almost identical in some senses to the Linguini Manicotti situation. Okay.
I have not heard you use that one before.
That's what I always called him, Linguini Manicotti. I can do that because I'm Italian. So anyway, it's a lot like it though. I mean, think about it. I've never in my life, and Jesse pointed this out earlier, I've never seen somebody engrave bullets before. Now we have.
And how difficult is it to even do that, right? Like,
I mean, it's not that hard. If you have you can just scratch it into them, to be honest with you, because they're brass. But why Why is it we never see it and then all of a sudden 2 in a row? Something's off.
And by doing that, that gives them more evidence against you, right? I mean, obviously,
of course,
you're not trying to get away with it if you're doing silly shit like that.
Right. Yeah, that's odd for sure. Yeah, it's not hard to engrave at all. I could take the knife that I have sitting next to me and scratch something into a bullet. That's no big deal. But it's just odd. That's a very odd situation. I've never in my life seen that happen before in any of these shooting things. And now we have 2 in a row. Come on. Something is just weird.
This is the first time I've ever heard anybody walking with a gun and down their pants leg, and not somebody didn't think that was weird.
A 30-06, mind you. And like Jesse said, if either one of the skinny jeans don't really allow for that movement, in my opinion.
Well, and in that photo, both his knees are bent. And how are you going to bend your knees if you got a rifle barrel in?
And he had to climb a ladder on to get onto the roof. How does that's weird. Just saying, that's weird.
That was the question I was wondering: is how did he get up on the roof? I saw how he got down from the roof. He just jumped down.
Well, didn't they say that there was a ladder found too?
So he climbed the ladder with his gun down his pants leg?
That's what I'm hearing. And nobody saw him walking up, standing up there. I mean, some of these things are odd. Just saying. Very odd. Like I said, there's too many things that are parallel with the Linguini situation that are just odd in that sense. It's like it's mimicked per se. And they show the footage of him jumping down off the roof. But I mean, how high up do you think that was, you guys?
I think their story is that he broke down the weapon, reassembled the weapon several times, and in such a short period of time.
I'm gonna have to find a video and show you what it takes to break down a 30-06 and how long it takes.
For me, I don't know. It's like jumping down from a building like that, and if you had it concealed in your pants, just saying allegedly.
Well, the guy was not in the military, right?
Would the gun go off, or would there be a chance for the gun to go off when you're jumping down from a building like that?
Not if you put the safety on, no. But I mean, you could throw the gun down, and if the safety's on, it won't necessarily go off. But yeah, I know. I saw that, CJAG. The school I went to refused to play them in football this year because of that. Warren G. Harding High School. That's who I played football for, but they refused to play them because of that. And now Ursuline has canceled their entire season because of their coach doing that shit. That's a whole other story I was going to bring you guys, but it's local to me. But yeah, that's crazy, CJAG. Anyway, let me let this run out real quick here. This is still kind of interesting.
It's a 46-minute video, so it'll take a while.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yeah.
well, maybe not then.
I intended to bring up that comment about the weapon was what I found more interesting.
Yeah, let me get to a certain point and show some of these little things then real quick.
Apprehended, arrested. Yeah, the clothing matched the clothing that he had on before the shooting. Right. Okay. Does that make so somehow he goes to campus wearing this maroon outfit? How do you hide the gun? Right, because they claim that the way.
So show me where the gun is now. Broke down or not? Where's the gun?
There's no barrel. You can't have a barrel and bent legs.
There's nothing. There's no way.
Is he wearing shorts?
He is wearing shorts. It looks like shorts, doesn't it?
Sure does.
That's what I thought. Burgundy t-shirt with shorts on, like cargo shorts. He didn't put a barrel on the gun.
In addition to breaking down the gun several times, he changes his clothes several times on top of that.
What is going on?
This dude should have a magic show.
Seriously, now you see me. Okay, so he goes to the campus dressed like this. Now, hang on.
He got the gun on and off campus is in his tight jeans, by the way. And this is let me see what this. Let's watch this video here and see what this is. So this is him alleged. So this is okay. So he changed apparently at some point because the governor said that he changed on the roof, but now we've got this other image of him apparently walking with the limp. They're claiming because the rifle is shoved into his tight jeans.
How's he bending his knee then? I thought that was because when he came down off the building, he hurt himself.
And he's walking by this camera again, going to campus or away from campus. I mean, it's super unclear what they're talking about, but they're saying that this kid walks with a limp because he's hiding a rifle in his jeans.
But his knee's bending. Do you see his knee bending? It's still bending, even though he's limping.
There is no way you're hiding, I'm sorry, a Mauser 30-06 in your tight jeans without, and then you're still bending your knees, even if he is limping a little bit. So they're claiming that this is the kid, these various different, so they haven't really been able to explain this part totally clearly. Like, how is he wearing the maroon and then he's wearing the black? How did he get the gun? And they're like, well, and then there's this, right? This is him allegedly running, wearing the dark clothing. We don't really see the gun. Some people say they do see the gun. They think that he's the clothing or the blanket or whatever he's holding is the gun.
There's no way.
And I guess they're saying that he shoved this Mauser 30-06 into his pants. Remember, these are the jeans that they're claiming he shoved a rifle in. I mean, look at this.
With a scope on it, too.
Can you shove a rifle in those jeans? No, you cannot shove a rifle in those jeans. In fact,
where's it going to fit?
You wouldn't even be able to conceal a smaller weapon in those jeans without there being some kind of an imprint of the weapon. If you're going to...
Here's my thing. So, okay, let's say he takes the barrel off, okay? You still got the hand stock, which is about that big. The barrel's this long, and it's solid metal that doesn't bend. Where did you put this? Show me where you put this. The only thing I could say, he could take the hand stock and put that in the backpack, maybe. But the barrel doesn't bend, folks, and it's pretty long and it's solid. I just don't.
Did you guys see that there was a kid in Arizona that desecrated Charlie Kirk's memorial, and he was wearing this exact same T-shirt?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, he was arrested for desecrating the memorial.
Good.
He was wearing this exact same black T-shirt, which I don't know how common this T-shirt is, but I think this was.
Which one?
Had a lot of time. That T-shirt there.
This one or this one? I think it's that one.
They're supposed to be the same shirt, right?
They're not, though. They're completely different T-shirts.
Yeah, I guess there's some blue in that one, and there's not blue.
Yeah, this is the one that he had on in the picture I saw the first time had the flag, and it said something about God bless America or something like that, or something. This is completely different. I hate when they do this AI bullshit. That's got a duck on it, okay? This is different. I don't know what. I think that there's an eagle there. That's a duck. What the fuck? Two different things. Anyhow, so here's my other question. Was the rifle up there maybe already, possibly, from a couple days before? That's the only thing that makes this make a little bit more sense, because I can't imagine. This makes no sense. It just don't. Yeah, guys, that's a duck on there. See it? A mallard duck. That's an eagle with the flag, and that's a duck with, I don't know what the hell that is back there. That's why this AI bullshit is a joke to me. Stop doing it. Chris says it says BlackRock. No, it don't. No, it doesn't. Stop it. Yeah, the color of the shirt was black, I agree with. But look, there are two different types of blue jeans. They weren't even close on some of this stuff. I can't stand this. Jesus.
Do like conceal carry? They recommend really baggy pants. And that's for just a handgun. And these are like fairly tight jeans. These are not loose fitting jeans. These are not baggy cargo pants. And they're claiming that this is what he chose. And is how did he get the damn?
Again, here, this is on her channel. I didn't realize she was going to have this, or I wouldn't have pulled that up. Take this off. Take the scope off. Then you got the buttstock there with that. I mean, what? How? And to put it together and take it apart multiple times, what? That doesn't make sense to me. I mean, that could explain the aim being off with the scope and all that stuff, but like that other person said in that statement, that the dude would have hurt himself, I think, with his eye. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Rifle on the roof. And how did he get it off the roof and in the woods? And then you're saying that there was this note that claimed that the rifle, you know, that he said, well, the rifle's at a drop point in the woods, but now the note doesn't exist. It's been destroyed. And the only reason why you know anything on that note is because you've aggressively interviewed somebody.
Okay, so at this point, so the note existed, but now it don't.
Bullshit. Bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
Beyond bullshit. That is insane. Here we go. Idaho Part 2.
And Tyler still has not confessed to this crime. He's saying he's not cooperating, right? Also, eyewitnesses.
So here's my question. If you did this and you're caught, they have the weapon. If you truly did it, are you going to admit to it, or are you going to try to fight it?
Let me point this out. The guy that tried to shoot Trump is going through his trial right now. He's representing himself. And you know what his defense is? His defense is that the general slander against Trump, that he's a threat to humanity and all this stuff, and he's giving long diatribes about how bad Trump is, that in his opening statement till the judge had to cut him off. So that gives you a real world example of what you would say when you're caught, because this guy was caught and that's what he is saying.
Wow.
His entire defense is orange man bad.
Jesus Christ.
Claimed that the shooter was dressed in all black, wearing a mask and a helmet or body armor. Let's listen to the police calls.
By the Soundstand reported one individual that was shot, unknown where the shooter went. And let's be advised, UVU in Orem has had an active shooter at the Charlie Kirk event. We're getting several calls. We're trying to get more information. Gunshots heard near the library at UVU. They're trying to lock the library down now.
So she says gunshots, plural. That's more than one, but okay.
Still gathering. Just maybe the CS building is just east of the library. He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle.
Jeans. What was that she says? He's wearing jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle. Okay.
Jeans, black shirt, black mask, long rifle. Is on top of the building on the far north side, just east of the library, wearing jeans, black shirt, black vest.
Into UVU, there was one shot. We are staging at the front of the school by the roundabout.
We do have officers following the victim to Tiffin Memphis Hospital. 418 copy. How many injured do we have? It's just one person.
Okay. So a bit of the conflicting on what the shooter was wearing, you know, black mask or something. I mean, things are chaotic, so I can kind of understand people reporting things not exactly correctly. Okay, let's move on to some other stuff that people are citing on this. The other thing is that this was a very clean shot, clearly done by a professional. Now, some are saying, no, that's not the case, because actually what happened was the shooter missed because he's not a great shot. and it actually hit body armor and then ricocheted. And unfortunately, you know, the body armor did its job, and then the bullet ricocheted and hit.
So I was looking at Charlie, like the video before he was hit. I don't think he's wearing a vest, you guys, underneath that shirt. I don't. There's no there's no swelling or anything. You can't. It's a pretty tight fitting shirt, and I think you could tell. Again, my opinion.
Charlie in the neck. However, the police have confirmed there was no body armor. I've showed you the last time we did this show that Charlie was, when he was being carried out, you could see his skin. He wasn't wearing a vest of any kind. There have been other experts that have come forward saying, well, you know, you could wear just like a breastplate that's really kind of thin and it just kind of covers the sternum area, I suppose, which is why people believe this is the bullet that when they slow-moed it down, that the bullet is coming from Charlie's right. And that matters because of where the shooter was located would have come from slightly different angle. I think, let's just look at this again. So this is the sequence. It's coming from.
Okay. You see what I mean? About like how the shirt fits? There's no way he's wearing a vest. I'm sorry.
Charlie's right. So that would be from his right, then hitting his left. There's also questions on why his shirt would move if it didn't hit him in the chest first. That's why people thought there was maybe a breastplate or something, and they think that they can see an outline there. But the police have confirmed he wasn't wearing one. So something else has to explain, you know, the actual, like why all that would happen. Okay. This is the overview. This is the map. Let me pull this full screen for you. So this is where the shooter allegedly was. Let me get rid of this lower third so you can really see it. So Charlie is down there in that lower left corner, kind of over by my logo. That's where he would have been. And the shooter was, you know, at where that line, at the other side of the white line. And that means that the bullet would have come from directly ahead and maybe even to his left, directly ahead to his left. But this is from the side and to the right is where this bullet was from the side and to the right, not directly ahead. We would see the bullet in front of Charlie, not off to the side behind him. So some people believe that the main shot we saw was actually an exit wound and not, you know, that when we saw the blood coming out of the left side of his neck, that was actually an exit wound would have been a smaller weapon because.
So then that would mean that it came from the back of him.
Doesn't that make a lot of sense, though? I mean, I know, again, I have no experience with guns, don't like guns, never touched a gun in my life. But
so where would it have come from, though? Because wasn't there some form of a wall behind him? And then
what I'm saying, though, is that a 30-06, I'm under the impression, is a big, powerful gun. Wouldn't it just destroy? Like the neck isn't, you know, there's a lot of soft stuff in the neck, right?
It's very soft. It's very soft tissue, yeah. And I don't know exactly what it did other than what we saw, but
I mean, doesn't it sort of appear to be a smaller caliber weapon that, you know, like almost like a 22 or something? Like, I mean, shouldn't a 30-06 basically blow a giant hole in somebody, or, you know, take a chunk of flesh off?
The exit wound 100% would blow out like a bigger hole in the back, yeah.
If you've got a big gaping hole in the back of your neck's not that big. How much neck do you got left?
Have you ever seen a deer shot with a 30-06?
I don't think so. Like I said, I have no experience with guns.
It does some serious damage. It'll work it down for sure. So
I guess what I'm saying is the exit hole is supposed to be like larger than a baseball, right? Like 2 or 3 baseballs.
Yeah, it would have made a good size hole for sure.
You take a 2 or 3 baseball size hole out of your neck. How much neck do you have left? You don't have.
Well, and that's why I was curious. Is it the angle of the trajectory that it goes in? Did it possibly hit the spine and get lodged. But if that's the case, I think
wouldn't his head basically almost be decapitated at that point?
No, because our spines are very strong, but the size of the bullet, yeah, I mean this is weird. I'm trying to explain. If it went left to right, it would have exited into the people to the right. See, that's what I'm thinking about. But the opposite, and there was no people on that side. So distance, wind, bullet changing trajectory in the air have to be taken into account, right? And that affects the speed impact by the time it hits the target. Yes, of course, that's
but
true.
Isn't 175 yards nothing for that caliber of a weapon, though? Like,
I mean, it's still a decent distance because it will slow impact a little bit, but still, it still does quite a bit of damage. If I could find it, I'll show you what type of damage it does to, like, a deer, for instance. It will definitely do some things. The bullet doesn't change direction. That's facts. This is just standard stuff, 300. If you know anything about guns or you've ever shot a gun like this, it's just standard knowledge. You don't have to be a ballistics expert to know this.
well, just like you don't have to be a DNA expert or a fingerprint expert or an automobile identification expert to talk about the Idaho 4 case, right?
Exactly.
We all talk. A lot of this stuff is common sense, and
she's right.
You know,
it can be golf ball size, and it's going to matter what the bullet hits and how it slows. Like what once it hits the target, what it is that slows the bullet, as compared to what the impact's going to be like at the finality of it. You know what I mean? It could ricochet, redirect, any of those things. She's right on that one. I got a lot of shit going through my head right now with this. I'm trying to figure out. Let me play some more of this real quick.
An exit wound with a Mauser 30-06 would be devastating. This is a high velocity round. Depending on the type of round that they used, could have really blown out his neck. We would have maybe seen much more damage. Now, the theory is that if the gunman was in front of Charlie and shot, that maybe what we saw was an entry wound and that the back of his neck would have been blown out by the round, depending on what type of round it was, would have done maybe really significant damage, and it would have been really gruesome and devastating and pretty much like fatal right away. But others are saying they think actually that, this is showcasing the bullet coming in from the right, maybe entering and exiting, and maybe that's why we also see the shirt fly up, that perhaps there was another bullet. We'd have to wait for the autopsy report on that. But the point of this being the bullet coming from a different angle. So that would point to a different shooter, right? Let me show you this.
This is the person that shot Charlie right here with the white.
Okay, this is Solomon Salamandran. I don't know. He's a big YouTuber, a gamer, I believe. And he's got a pretty big channel on YouTube. He put this video out. He was saying, go ahead and crop him out, but I didn't. He's in. So he put this video together showing that there could have been the shooter to the right of Charlie standing there. And it looked like even the cell phone was actually a weapon and the cell phone was a gun. And he actually shows this video. And it's certainly something to keep in mind. So let me show you his video here.
With the white t-shirt and what seems to be a cell phone and perhaps keys on his hands. This explains also why he went sideways when he got shot. He wasn't shot from a long distance. If it was a high-powered rifle, which, by the way, that's what the FBI is telling everyone. And when the FBI tells you something, guess what? That's not the truth. So that means they're involved in this. That's why when people were like, you should share this with those people. I'm not. This is the first thing I want to share with you guys. This guy in white and that woman that's next to him, those two people are involved and they have something to do. Like, they're both related. They're definitely doing it. And I'm going to show you when he shoots that thing. So this right here It says, a hidden gun. This is from 9 years ago. American company creates lethal weapon in the form of a smartphone. Okay? This is what the dude is using. This is why, and he's got a silencer too. This is why no one understands that it's this dude, all right? Telling everybody that it's a high-powered bolt-action rifle. If it was a high-powered rifle, dude, that dude would have had a massive hole in his neck. Massive. Anyone that hunts or anyone that shot anything from a long distance with a big rifle knows.
Has there been anything put out about a bullet being recovered yet? Anywhere?
I've heard nothing about a bullet being recovered.
Lucy, you'll know. I'm going to pull one up and show you. Eating and looking at exit wounds. I love her. She's awesome. Yeah, because that's the next question I have is I want to see the bullet. If it exited, I want to see the bullet.
Most of the reports we're getting aren't really talking about evidence. They're all sort of focused on motive and trans boyfriends and chat rooms and engravings.
That's all they're talking about shit that has no bearing on this.
Which is endorsing the false flag sort of narrative. Like why somebody would want to do this, what message they would want to get out there. And they're not talking about, GSR on his hands. Did they catch him? Did they find the bullet? Compare it. Is it the same caliber? Did it match the weapon? And these, solid evidentiary stuff.
You're right.
Less salaciousness and more concrete information.
Okay, let's see here. All right, on we go. I guess we're doing some true crime, folks. This is what we do. The exit wound myth. Why the Charlie Kirk wasn't shot with a 30-06 story is total garbage. Okay. The exit. Let's start with the lie. Here's the latest social media garbage fire. Charlie Kirk couldn't have been shot with a 30-06. There would have been a massive exit wound since we didn't see one. The whole story is fake, staged, or coming from another angle. That's the kind of claim. Sounds smart to people. Okay, so today we're going to bury this myth. Look carefully at the trajectory of the bullet that killed Charlie. It came from the right side, not the front. The wound on the left is an exit wound. If it was a 30-06, the damage would have been horrific. And it says why the claim is seductive. 30-06 is a big, powerful punch. Massive exit wound feels intuitive, more power, more hole, more proof. So when someone says there's no exit wound, therefore it wasn't a 30-06, it feels like logic. It's not. It's lazy thinking. It's ignoring every variable that trauma surgeons, forensic pathologists, and real ballistics experts wrestle with every single day. Ballistics 101 says the reality that nobody wants to hear. Here's the truth. Bullets do not behave like they do in Hollywood, which we know that's true. The path a bullet takes and whether it exits depends on the dozens of variables. Let's break the biggest ones down. A bullet design matters more than the caliber. A full metal jacket 30-06 may pass through cleanly with a small entry and small exit. That's okay. A soft point hunting round may expand violently and leave a massive wound. A hollow point may fragment and lodge internally, leaving no exit wound at all. See, that's what I was wondering right there. And same caliber, different outcomes. Bone changes everything. Hit soft tissue, higher chance of exit. Hit dense bone, collarbone, clavicle, shoulder blade, scapula, etc. Bullet can fragment, tumble, and stop entirely. Yeah, definitely if you hit like the clavicle bone or anything like that. Fragmentation often leaves multiple projectiles inside the body. The angle of the impact, straight shot versus oblique angle, equals totally different outcomes. A bullet striking ribs at an angle can ricochet, change trajectory, and stop short. 30-6 is high velocity, yes, but velocity drops with distance. That I said, but energy dissipates differently depending on the range, angle, and tissue encountered. So, Uganda, an AK-47 round, 27-year-old woman shot in the face, bullet lodged in her neck. CAT CT confirmed no exit wound. Okay. I'm not going to read that one. Anyway, the exit wound fallacy exposed. Okay, so that doesn't always... I mean, that's true to an extent, but that's not always the answer. So hold on a minute, because I had something else too. And I don't know where it went. Give me a second. So I lied to you guys. I said we weren't going to be here for a long time, but this is an interesting conversation. So, and I'm finding out new things with this left and right. One second.
I got a question for you, Dago. That debunking article, can you check when it was published? Does it say when it was published?
Yeah, I can go back to it. Hang on.
Just in my experience, I've noticed that debunking articles often come out really quick after after an event like this. I can think of a few that I've seen that, like, within hours of an event happening, they're debunking the conspiracy theory before the conspiracy theorists even get a chance to really bite into it. The debunking is right on cue.
Yeah.
And I find that suspicious. But then again, I find everything suspicious because I'm just that kind of guy.
No, I understand completely. Yeah, I'm not gonna... Jesus. Okay. Hang on. That's okay. I'm kind of debating on... No, I'm not going to show... They were showing it on a bear, and it doesn't give the same... It's not going to be the same. So 1 second. Lucy, did you come up with anything worth looking at that's... I'm trying to find something.
Something with ballistics dummies or something?
That's what I'm looking at, yeah. That way it doesn't gross anybody out, because they just... That was a mess. But I was just looking at it, was like, no, we're not going to do that. Okay, so this... Differing sizes of bullet entrance holes in the skin, different types of wounds. 1 minute. I guess it varies too, they're saying. So this story's showing that they recently shot a deer at 50 yards. While skinning the deer, I noticed that the massive entrance wound and a small exit wound. Odd. I played it over in my head several times, the direction the deer was facing when I shot. Its right side was facing me, which is the side that had the massive wound. Its left side, the side away from me, had a small wound. I was not able to find nor recover the bullet. I'm thinking that since the bullet hit the leg before entering the body, maybe it separated. That makes sense. And the jacket did most of the damage. Okay. So that's a whole different situation. I get it. I I can't seem to find anything with like a ballistics dummy or anything like that at this point. So I don't know what to think about this. I mean, I've used that gun, same gun to hunt with back in the day, and I know what I've seen from it. And I'll be honest, I don't know if it makes a difference to a human being and our tissue as compared to animal tissue. I was probably 80 yards, and I hit a deer, and it went in with a hole like that and came out like that, and it went in here. You know what I mean? On a deer where that would be, it went here and it came out the other side, almost kind of at an angle, but the hole was like that. So that's what I expect to see, only based on my own personal experience. I'm not, but all of these other things. What's her name was in here? She hunts too. Where'd she go? There's nothing half-assed, I think. Okay. There's different variables that can cause things to change with this. That's the biggest issue with this. So hang on a minute here. Ted Nugent, that dude's a hunter too. Oh, no problem, musical. What the hell are you guys talking about over here? You got me lost. Yeah, that's why I don't want to post something up, because certain things that they strike me for it. I'll tell you right now.
I just sent you a video of what a 30-06 does to a ballistic dummy.
Found one?
Blurred,
okay.
It's blurred out. I don't know if you could have a look at it, see if you could show it. They're not even willing to show the unedited, unblurred on their channel. But basically, it makes the entire head just explode. Like you can see the ballistics gel, and it's actually got a proper skull inside, like an actual bone skull covered in gel, and it just poof. And it's a 5-year-old video, so it wasn't constructed to prove a point for this matter.
Oh yeah, so that blew the entire back of the whole back of it off. It took the whole thing off. It's gone.
So how do you reconcile that with the debunking when he says, "Oh, you might not even see an exit wound, and it could just pass right through, and you wouldn't, How do you reconcile that? Because it seems like there's a lot of people out there saying that the opposite to that. And to me, that debunking seems to have a clear agenda, and the information that I'm getting, like this video, has got no agenda. This, like I said, it's 5 years ago, so there's no agenda when it comes to this particular.
I think under circumstance, there's a couple things that could change the impact, but that is more along the lines of what I expected to see. There's going to have to be. I want to know if this bullet came back out, because I truly feel like it could have lodged within his spine. If it did not exit, that's where it's going to be at, in my opinion. And I want to see this bullet if it did come out. I want to see, to make sure that it's not a 22 or something like that. You know what I mean? But if it did hit his spine and it could have lodged, yes, that'll stop it, and it'll change the. This is so strange.
So if a 30-06 bullet hits your spine, wouldn't you expect the head to kind of?
Well, he did kind of do that. I hate to do this, but I saw that did happen. But
gross, but
yeah, I know, but it could have changed the whole situation if it impacted with the spine, and his head did drop, so that could be it. Yeah, I saw the whole video on that, Sharon. Yes. And that was, I don't know if you guys saw his reaction. I hate even talking about this. but he kind of went into a very weird pose when this happened. For what happened to him, that is what surprised me. Okay. All right, Hemisphere. Not always, Eddie. Not always. Like I said, if it was at the right angle and it went in, it could have lodged into his spine, truly, and stopped. That is a fact. But, well, that's good to hear, Zakali. I'm glad to hear that. I gotta watch some stuff on this over the next day or so and try to figure. You got my brain stewing, Jesse. Damn, it's bugging me now because, like, yeah, decorticate posturing, exactly. It was kind of odd now that I think about. I think that's one of the things that disturbed me so much when I watched the video. The blood I expected for where it hit him, but the weird. It was weird. It was just weird. And it's possible that it did hit his spine and it caused the automatic, you know what I mean? I just need to hear from them. Did they recover a bullet? Did it exit the body? What does it look like? That kind of thing. So.
Well, keep in mind, we're going through all this trying to elaborately explain just one aspect of this, but when it's combined with AI images and everything else, it's like the Idaho 4 case. You got guys like Jeff H trying to explain one point, and it's like, Jeff, Occam's razor would suggest that if you've got to bend over backwards to explain every point one by one, that something's rotten in Denmark.
100%, 100%. Yeah, we need more information on this before we can kind of, you know what I mean? It could be, Siggy. It could be. And if not, there definitely would have to be an exit wound, I would think, because of the power that does come from this gun. I'm really questioning this now. Truly, I am. Oh, let me play just a little bit more of this, and then how long have we been in here, guys? Okay, because this was interesting. Hang on.
What I'm saying. And also the FBI never tells you the truth. I don't know if you guys know this. The FBI doesn't work for you. So that dude right next to the girl, you guys see them, right? Right here. That dude is the one that shoots, and this is the girl that's with him. Now, there's two people here on the actual inside of Charlie's security, and those two people are giving signs to others. And a lot of people think those are the people who shot. Nah. It was this dude right here, and this woman's with him as an accomplice. And you're going to see why when you see the video. He shot from this side. This dude is what shoots him. And that's why the hole goes like this and Charlie goes like this. And it's not a high-powered rifle. It's a shot from a close distance. This thing has it looks like a phone. But what I'm guessing too, because it's crazy when you see the dude shooting, and I'm going to show you the videos right now. When you see the dude shooting the thing, there's no way a person with just a gun can shoot like so. And by the way, he misses at first. There's no way a person that's there can just aim without looking through anything and just like get it perfectly done. I'm pretty sure that phone has a screen that is showing where exactly to shoot. So the bullet came again, this woman and this guy. These are the two people giving the signs, the ones that everyone right here. These are this guy and then the guy next to him and then this guy that's giving his back. These people are giving signs to that person, and you'll see it on the video. This is the person that shoots, and it shoots this way, and the bullet, what you're seeing, it's coming out of his neck. Now, in here, everyone is using this video to blame these guys and this guy. This guy, look at him and look at this woman. That's the one that gets the shot done, okay? I'm going to make myself even smaller so that you can see more. I'm going to play it.
All right, hold on. Is this going to show this happening again?
I have no idea. I didn't watch the whole video, so I don't know what happens here.
All right, hang on a minute, you guys. Let me see something first.
Play it in the background first.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. No fucking way. Oh my God, you guys. It really looks like that kid did it. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. Okay, so you know the guy that was standing next to him, I was doing the weird shit with his hands?
Mm-hmm.
Just as he does something and he pulls it just like a baseball signal, right? He does this with his hat. You see this kid come up with this phone like this. He's holding it, and then you hear it crack, and he goes over. I can't show you that. I can't show it to you guys because it shows that part of it. If they would blank that out, then you could see it, but it's so weird. Like, I would have never...
You know you're muted, right? You're muted. Mike check.
He is holding the gun or the phone like this.
No
I'm not
way.
kidding. I swear to God, if you could...
So it's coming out of like the charger port?
It looks like it's coming like out the end of this. Yeah, it's very strange. And he's holding it up like this with two hands. Like, who the fuck holds their phone like this? And it's so weird. I'm not saying this is true what happened, folks. To see it the way I see it, though, it's so weird.
At great peril to myself, I will point out that a certain spy agency was able to eliminate several of its adversaries using pagers. So,
Do you have the link for this, Jesse?
didn't I send it to you in the email?
Is that okay? Hold on. I'll just post a link in the chat. Then you guys can go watch this for yourself.
This is the Kim Alderson video, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to show this. I can't show this because it shows the actual. It's unbelievable, you guys. You have to watch it for yourself and make your own decision. But damn. Hold on a minute. Oh wait, that's the other ballistics one. Give me a second. I'm going to put the link. You guys go check it out. Jesus Christ. Wait, which one was it? The top link or the second one, Jesse?
The
first one, was there a second shooter?
Was there a second shooter?
Yeah, I can't be responsible. Yeah.
So the timestamp is what, about 4:69, 46 minutes and 22 minutes and 52 seconds. Let's say 23 minutes.
You'll go to 26. Go to 26 minutes on this. And that right about there is where you'll be. And I'm going to tell you right out the front, I'm going to give you the link. And please be advised, the video is extremely disturbing. Please watch at your own risk. I'm giving you that up front. Thank you, Zakali. You guys, this is... maybe I'm seeing it funny. I don't know, but there's the link right there. Go to 26 minutes and watch it. I will not put this on my show because it shows the whole thing again. So please be careful. Just go to 26 minutes even, and well, hold on, let me double check. Actually, go to 25:55. Start there, and you would need to watch. There's a guy to the back, like left of what would be Charlie's left shoulder, in a long white T-shirt. There's a girl with dark hair standing next to him. Just watch his hands and watch the effect. Yeah, YouTube would take me down if I showed that.
I will say this, Dago. I'm watching it now, and there is definitely no exit wound or nothing coming out of the back where you would expect.
Do you see what I'm pointing at, though?
I do. Yeah, it's hard to see because it doesn't give you a great view,
no, but you can see his hands like this, and then.
But what I was surprised at was when you showed that, I thought that you'd see him sort of aiming. But it almost looks like just a raising of the hand and a bang, and then putting it right back down.
Yeah, he said he missed the first
like a
time.
nonchalant, casual motion of bang.
Yep. Hang on, Jesse. I'll be right back. Yep.
Yeah, this guy he's got his phone in his hand, and then he just goes like that kind of motion, quite quickly. Just maybe we're seeing things, but one thing is clear: you do see his head go the opposite way, and you clearly see the back of his head. There's no sign of even let's say it hit his spine. Wouldn't you see his spine push back, even if it didn't penetrate his skin? If you looked at his neck, and a bullet traveling at whatever speed bullets travel at hit your spine in the back of your neck, wouldn't you sort of see like like something like this, the spine actually being pushed backwards in against the skin? You'd see something, I'm sure. And this video clearly shows the back of his head and neck, and there is no sign of a front impact, in my opinion.
So please, again, watch at your own risk. It's disturbing as all hell. It's kind of it's got me thinking. I'll say that much. Really busy? Hold on. I never thought of that. Wait, how do you? Yeah, slow it down to 0.25. Okay, hold on. One second. That's crazy, but okay. Why did nobody around the guy with the camera with the phone react though? Oh, he does, Tandy. He's got a phone in his hand. It's like this. You can't see it. He comes up with the phone just like this at that moment. It's weird. You don't think he's correct? Charlie is hurt before guy jumps over, jerks and lowers his hands. Got you. Like I said, it's weird, guys. I slowed it down to 2.25, and it definitely is strange. The girl standing next to the guy reacts where she kind of like leans over a little bit, like, what the hell? But the guy standing next, the guy with the black shirt on, doesn't move. You would think he would. And again, that's why I'm telling you guys to watch it at your own risk. And I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just telling you it's something that it's an odd set of movement. You know what I mean? It really is odd. Because the funny thing is it's almost like when Charlie leans forward, there's the one guy standing over there that's doing all the weird stuff with his hat. It almost just falls into place and makes you think about it because it looks like it matches. I'm not saying it does. As soon as Charlie sits back, the guy does this and boom. It was kind of odd. But you can see the guy standing there. It looks like he's holding his phone like this, which is not the way to hold a phone. But I don't know. Maybe he was filming something to the side of him or whatever, but it's just weird. The sound would be a second behind. You'd see Charlie. Yeah.
So you do see both the security guys, the black shirt, and then there's a green shirt in front of them. They sort of converge together, leaving a window open only for that guy with the phone to be behind. So almost like they're blocking the view of that guy. So like that guy's directly behind Charlie Kirk. These guys are on either side. One of them signaling, and you do see when he does the hat thing,
it looks like it, yeah.
Immediately the guy reaches for his phone. So you got this hat signal, and then the kid behind him reaches for his phone.
It looks like he pulled his phone up in his hand like that. I'm telling you, it's weird.
If you really want to get into the weeds, could the phone be triggering
like a remote thing?
Yeah, but like a pack, a fake blood dye pack in the neck to explode. You know what I mean? Like if it was truly a false flag, like it almost seemed like the guy didn't aim enough to me. That's one criticism I have about this shooting with the.
Well, yeah, there's no aim at all. You wouldn't have been.
He just points it up, bang, bang. You know, like
right,
like that.
I think that's going a little far as far as that, because I don't think with the wife and all that, I don't know about that, but I'll say one thing. This video,
we're talking about guns and cell phones, for Christ's sakes.
I know, and that's why I'm not saying I believe that, but it's just to see it happen the way that the guy describes it, it's like, wait a minute, what?
Well, it's like very odd. Those signals. There's no question those are signals. Don't tell me they looked like signals. Those were signals. I can tell you that.
Yeah, something was going on with that for sure.
I just can't say for sure who they were signaling and what the signals were about.
Right.
But I did notice as soon as that guy does this, I see that guy reach for his phone.
Mm-hmm.
Those two things seem to
happen. It does happen simultaneously. Like I said, I can't process that is how he was shot. It just doesn't fathom. It doesn't work for me. But it is very interesting how they kind of coincide. I'll say that much. Have a great night, Tandy. Love you, Don or Hun.
And the other thing is we did get a clear shot of the back of his head and you can see there's certainly no exit wound there.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Yeah, right. That's what I mean. That's what I was saying. Nothing. I think this guy's reaching kind of far on this, in my opinion. I'm just saying. But it's definitely the guy with the. I can't get past the hand signal thing. That's blowing my mind. Sorry, let me fix the. Go back past this part of it, I should say. Nope. No way. You're full of shit, bro. This guy's don't even bother watching it, you guys. No. The hand signal thing, sure. Okay. I watched this from a different angle now. It's showing it from the backside. There's no way in hell that that guy did that. It came from where they said it came from. He goes back and over, okay? If the guy would have been, he'd have been where I'm sitting away from him in this video right now. There's no way, because he probably would have could have hit the guy with the white hat on. So that's no. Don't even bother watching that part of that video, folks, because it's not, that's way off. Seeing it from this angle, it just disproved everything this guy said. So if you go up to 2653 and you see it at a completely different angle, you'll see what I'm saying. Nope.
I was going to say that when you start seeing it from that angle, it almost looks like that would have been right on top of the guy with the phone.
Yeah, go to
right
2650 or 53 and you'll see what I mean. There's no way in hell. That's insane. This guy's a little crazy. Just saying. I'll take anything into account, but there's no way I believe that now. I'll look and listen to anybody say anything, but seeing that, no. Nope. Yeah, he's definitely reaching on that one. I get it, bud, but come on. Don't work for me this way. The guy cheering knew what was going to happen, in my opinion. He seemed to react pretty quick, didn't he? I will say that much. Good night, Tomboy. Yeah, this whole thing, that was ridiculous. Whoever this guy is he's out there. Sorry. Good night, Tomboy. Love you. They grabbed him and they ran with him like a bunch of them grabbed him and ran with him like a sack of potatoes and ran to the car, guys. That's how they got him to the car. Very quickly.
I did find it interesting, though, that you could clearly see in that video that there was the only visible wound was right here. There was nothing in the back of the head, back of the neck. Certainly no exit wound was visible.
Yeah, we when you get to that point, you can see the backside of his head and his neck, and there's no exit point that I can see from here.
Wouldn't a 30-06, if it did hit your spine, wouldn't the force knock your body backwards, like right off your chair, basically fall backwards? I mean,
well,
that momentum.
It kind of does. It kind of
that's like an awful lot of force.
It kind of throws him back and then he goes over. You know what I mean?
I kind of see him just going over to the side, not so much back.
No, he goes back. It's not hard, but he goes back and then over. Like kind of like a boom and then over. So yeah. But our spine is very, like, your spinal cord, your spine, the bone part of it is bone is hard. So
I see him sort of go like a hit, almost like a hiccup, but not.
Yeah, it's like a bounce back and then over immediately. Like it almost.
I don't see him going backwards, to be honest with you.
He does a little bit, but he goes to the left at the same time, and it's almost like I said, his I said it earlier. The posing that he does is what weirded me out immediately. It's almost like he paralyzed him too. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I started wondering if it did lodge in his spine and cause that. Yeah, he kind of goes back slightly at Jesse, and then he goes straight to the left. It's not a lot, but it's enough to I'm watching it again, like for the 4th time now. I know what you mean by the hiccup look, because it's kind of like a and then over. So yeah, I don't think this was pro. If this was professional, he wouldn't. He'd have been hitting his head, in my opinion. It is disturbing. That's why I won't show it, and I give you guys the option to or not to. Hang
Okay,
on.
I've got it freeze framed. And at the moment of impact, you see the shoulders go up and the arms sort of like if you hiccuped, you know, the shoulders go like this
Mm-hmm.
before he, there's two distinct motions. There's the contracting of the shoulders like this, and then he falls a little bit to the side and a little bit back. But so whatever's happened seems to have happened, and then he falls after that. But what I'm saying is if that round goes through here and hits the back of your spine, shouldn't that just push you backwards like this? You would, to me.
Well, not. It depends on what. I don't even know how to answer that, to be honest with you. I would imagine that it could, but I don't know. I don't even know. I don't know what to think at this point. No, don't even worry about that, Mayflowers. Don't worry about that at all. I mean, I would imagine that it would push you backwards, and it looked like it did push him a little bit, but he went to the left so quick that. And let me ask you this. The guy that was behind him, did he walk up and grab him immediately and like hold him up? Or was it after he had already been hit and leaned over?
It would look like, I'm watching now. They sort of, they pause it right after he leans over.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't, there's not a good enough shot in that video to know what happens after, because it just pans away immediately after. But the first reaction, like I see his shoulders come up like this, like a hunched,
mm-hmm.
and then that sort of, that pose is held for a fraction of a second, and then
right.
the lean over. And his arms sort of stay with his hands in the air when he, you know what I mean? Like his hands don't drop, they sort of freeze.
Yeah, it's kind of like he goes into this pose. It's very weird. All right, so I'm past that other part now. We can watch the rest of this here real quick. It's just this some of this is wild.
This looks pretty wild.
It definitely. Hang on. All right.
Down. Look at that drone that flies by. It's a bit weird. I mean, I don't know. That could be AI. Somebody could be spoofing it, putting stuff online and making stuff up. But I wanted to show you because it's a theory. And in fact, others have said that there was a drone also that flew by very quickly. This is a very, very fast moving drone. Let me just restart it so you can see how fast it went. You couldn't even see it go through this. The first, you're not going to be able to see this. It's really, really fast. And then the video, they slow it down for you so you can really see it. But in the beginning, it's just flying by.
What? Drones don't move that fast. That's stupid. Come on.
Okay, so that is a theory. What about this drone? This drone also allegedly, again, this could be AI makeshift, somebody bullshitting us. But here's Butler, Pennsylvania, a drone also. They'll slow it down for you. Okay, let's find out. Who does this incredibly fast drone belong to?
Didn't that kid come and fly a drone before?
There's the drone, allegedly.
He shot Trump?
Well, that's what they're showing right now, is that this is in Butler right before Trump was shot at, and there was a super fast moving drone that goes by at the same time. I've never seen a drone move that fast in my life. Come on.
I don't know. It's just another theory. Something to keep in mind as people are, but this could be somebody's AI makeshift putting it together to kind of, make it like, well, it was maybe this fast moving drone that.
Has anybody ever seen a drone move that fast ever? To where you can't follow it? Come on. That thing was moving. That's a bit much, I think. 80 mile per hour? No way in hell. Come on. You can't even see it go by. It's how fast it's flying. That's too fast. I'm sorry. That makes no sense.
Came by, but possibly. I mean, a lot of people are pointing at the state of Israel, thinking, many of us are suspicious of the state of Israel for a lot of good reason. And if that's the case, they do have really high tech stuff. They've got some of the best technology in the world. They would be able.
Fizzy, don't. Jesus Christ, that's too funny. Baby aliens learn how to drive. That'd be the only thing I can imagine going that damn fast. Come on. But if it's going so fast, how are you going to see it? How's it gonna see anything going that fast either? That's odd.
To maybe have these types of drones that move really, really fast and could potentially scare somebody or assassinate somebody in order to get their agenda or whatever it is, right? Okay, so just something to keep in mind. Let me see what this is here. Here's another potential shooter that people are pointing out online. There's this guy here running from the crowd. Looks like he's holding a gun. Got a brown shirt on, running away. And so people are like, what about this guy? Another explanation about this guy could be, some people have, especially in Utah, concealed carry. And so if you hear, if you're the type of person that has a gun on you and you hear a gunshot, you might pull your weapon. So it could be that this person was, because he was coming from potentially that direction, could be a shooter, or it could be just somebody that.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that if I was there, I would have probably been wearing mine, and we're open carry, and I would have pulled mine. If somebody else is shooting in any direction I'm in, mine's coming out. That's just fact. That's what the whole point is. You know what I mean? But again,
nothing about this would make sense that it was done with a handgun
not like
either.
No, not that way. Not at all.
Knee-jerk reaction, pulled their own weapon because they heard gunshots.
Exactly.
Then there's the private jet. There was a private jet that took off shortly after Charlie Kirk was killed. The private jet left Orem, Utah, flew down to Arizona, and it didn't have its the radar, or I guess the transponder was on, but it was something else. They didn't have the public information. So it kept itself kind of stealth. So it just kind of disappeared. It showed up on the, when people track flights, and disappears, and then it kind of shows up again later. The owner of this flight is Derek Maxfield, and he claims that he is a software developer by training, founded Unique in 2012. He's the first direct sales company to operate exclusively through the use of social media. Anyway, Derek Maxfield owns this private jet, and he is also a donor to, I don't think he's Jewish, but he's been a donor to some Jewish organizations in Utah. So people have been pointing at him saying, what did this guy have to do with it? Why did this jet take off shortly after Charlie Kirk's assassination? and the jet kind of disappears. The owner, Derek Maxfield, says that, well, you know, it was empty. There was only 2 pilots on board. It flew to Arizona. It picked up 7 people, including me. And then it flew back to Orem, Utah. And that's what it was doing. But, you know, I mean, you take his word for it, I suppose. Somebody could have been on that plane. Theoretically, another passenger, they claimed that there was no passengers on board. But I mean, would they announce it if the assassin was on board? Would they tell you, well, yeah, we're.
If this plane would have left the air, they'd have had this. The FBI would have been all over this. And they probably were, to be honest with you. Any kind of plane leaving or vehicles leaving the area in a quick, come on. That's a huge rabbit hole there. They'd have been all over that.
Carrying the assassin away, and we took him to Arizona and dropped him off, and you know, that's what we did. I mean, of course not. So it's suspicious that there was this flight that just happened to take off shortly after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and it flies stealthily somewhere. It could have made a stop. It could have just gone straight on to Arizona and claimed it had no passengers. It's just one of those things that's adding to the mystery. Here's another thing adding to the mystery is this missing camera. There was a camera that was placed directly behind Charlie. And so people are wondering, where's the footage from this camera? Because in later shots, the camera's gone. When you look at later footage, the camera's missing. So people are saying, okay, this camera was there, and now the camera's gone. They took it down, but where's the footage from that camera? Now,
well, that's a problem. If it's missing, that's definitely a problem. But what if you pulled out your gun and shot? Well, that's the thing, cat lady. If you're responsible, you don't pull out and just start shooting. You just pull it for protection purposes to be ready in case you're shot at. That's all.
That's what training is for, right?
Yeah, you don't just pull out and start shooting ever. Never, ever. That's very irresponsible, actually. You get down, you take cover, you pull that to protect yourself, and if you're being shot at, then you find your where it's coming from, and then you deal with your target. That's how that works. You have to be responsible, truly and clearly. That's not something you don't ever do that. You don't ever pull it unless you're ready to shoot. That's true. Anybody that owns one will tell you that's fact. That's part of the training course too. But yeah, you take cover and you do your thing. That's how that works. But you got to make sure you know what you're doing. You don't just yank and pull and start shooting. That's crazy. That is bad stuff.
I would think
when they say you never pull out a gun unless you intend to shoot, if you hear shots fired, you're basically you interpret that as you're under attack.
If you
hear it customary to pull it out and have the safety on and have it at the ready.
The way I would be is if you hear shots fired in your general vicinity, your hand goes down, you take cover first and foremost, then you pull safety on and you look and you scan and then you deal with your situation. You got to be responsible.
But you take it out of the holster. It's okay to take it out of the holster if you're.
Yeah, I would pull it out and hold it towards the ground and get ready for my, you know what I mean? Of course. But yeah, you gotta assess the situation. All of this you have to do very quickly at one point in time. So, I mean, you got to do what you got to do to make it right. That's all. But assessing your entire situation before you just don't pull and start shooting because that's just bad. All the way around bad. Anybody that would do that, you need to take the gun from them. They need to put it down because that's bad stuff.
And, you know, we're probably not going to see that. Now there's the theories, of course. Now, many of you are saying, but Kim, it was just the wacky it's just the trans people, the violent trans people. This is some sort of a trans death cult. And he's got a trans lover named Luna. This is.
I am so fucking tired of hearing this shit. I'm telling you right now, these people are insane. Oh, 100%, cat lady. You know, I would definitely always explain to you, hon. Yeah, they need to leave this aspect of this alone, please. I'm so tired of them trying to blame everything on different situations. This is ridiculous.
Lance, who's transitioning to Luna, supposedly is apparently Tyler's lover. And so clearly it was just another act of violence from the trans death cult. Could be true, sure. I suppose. That would be convenient. And if I were staging somebody, if I were an assassin, a professional, an actual real assassin, and I needed to pin this on a patsy.
Good night, Kim. Yeah, she's right with what she's about to say. Have a great night, Kim. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you very much. I hope to see you soon, dear. Be careful. Have a great night. Right. I feel that this was politically driven. I don't think it has anything to do with this. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, they could have done this together because of somebody's beliefs or something, but I don't think that's it at all. I just don't.
The simplest one for all of especially the right, is to pin it on somebody trans, because I know you're going to go rabid for that and you're not going to look any other way because that's the only thing you want to see. And so it's going to be so easy to just pin it on the trans death cult that we're going to claim is there. And we're going to plant all kinds of evidence to make it look like there's this trans death cult. And it's so simple to just gaslight you into believing that. That's why you have to stop and say, okay, maybe there's more to this story, because a lot of it is not adding up. You know, a lot of it on this kid and saying he was hiding a gun in his pants. What pants? He was wearing shorts. Oh, no, but then he changed and he was wearing pants and he was hiding a gun, a rifle in those pants. Not just any gun, a rifle, a big rifle. You know, these things are not making sense. And so as long as they don't make sense, we should be absolutely asking questions. Are they just pinning it on a patsy? And I don't care if you like the patsy. I don't care if you hate the patsy. I don't care if you think, yeah, but Kim, this is we got a problem with the trans death cult in America. Okay, maybe that's true. But if the guy's a patsy, that's not okay. It doesn't matter what group he comes from. I don't care if he's actually a tried and true, sworn in neo-Nazi living in the, Nazi cults in Northern Idaho, whatever, it doesn't matter but a patsy's a patsy. And I don't want to see anybody, I don't care how evil they are, have a crime pinned on them that they actually didn't do. And I think that should be, but they know that if you want that person to be the guilty person, it's a whole lot easier if we could just make it somebody you want to see go down, somebody you want to believe did it. It's a whole lot easier. It's a whole lot easier. Benny Johnson.
Another, that reminds me so much of Idaho in that aspect.
Tweeted this out saying that he spoke to law enforcement and they're not convinced that Tyler was a lone shooter, that they are interviewing and talking to others. And so Benny says, just spoke to top FBI officials who made it very clear that they have not ruled out co-conspirators in Charlie Kirk's assassination. That assumption is premature. This is the quote. That assumption is premature. This investigation is just beginning. An enormous amount of evidence has been seized, both digital and physical. FBI sources assure me the public will know everything about the dark internet history, chats, and affiliations of Kirk's left-wing political assassin. The source then alluded to some online groups attempting to delete or destroy evidence. We have everything. We are focused on the radicalization element. They said the truth will not be hidden or buried or classified. The public will know. Oh, sure. Likely story. And by the way, digital is really easy to manipulate. We've seen.
See, this is what they're doing again. Got to blame it on one side or the other. It can't just be somebody did it because they're detached from reality and this and that. It's got to always be somebody's fault. Somebody else. I don't like that.
Dago, something came up. I got to jump down, but I'll be in the chat.
Yes, sir. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to shut her down for the night anyway. It's an interesting conversation. And we'll come back to some more, but I want to look into more of these. I want to see more proof on this and what's going on. And I hope they have the right guy. And I hope that, maybe he'll admit to it if he did it. I just want to make sure he's the one, I mean, I'm trusting in this right now because I haven't had too many reasons to not trust in it. It was great conversation though. And it's interesting the whole night. Everything was interesting that we talked about. I think that there's huge possibilities there is more than one person involved in this. I don't know if there's more than one shooter, but there's very possibly more than one person involved in maybe pre-planning it or something. There's a lot of stuff that I was going to show you guys, the Discord stuff. I didn't get to it. Maybe we'll get to that tomorrow or something, but the whole thing is just strange. There's a lot of strange stuff with this. So baby aliens, I know. Oh, I know. That's why she passed away, Cat Lady, because nobody helped her. That blew my mind. It was really disheartening because if I would have been there, I'd have moved to her immediately. I'd have went to her instead of him. Let somebody else handle him, and I would have went to her, but nobody did that. It was like they just ignored her. I don't understand that. You know what I mean? I don't know if they didn't realize what happened to her possibly, or because I don't think she did it first either. the Ukrainian girl that was stabbed on the subway. That was very sad because she could have very well been helped if they would have realized what happened to her. That was very, very saddening. So, do you think so, Fizzy? Because when I watched the video again, it didn't seem, because the girl kind of didn't react at first. She was just like, ow, you know what I mean? Oh, and then she took off. See, I didn't notice that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I would have done. And that's what I thought should have been done, but nobody seemed to do it. Will I go look into the Whitaker family? Okay. I can do that. Sure. Not tonight, Taylor, because I'm shutting down, but I will. Why? Is there some new stuff going on with them now? I noticed that things have changed with that dynamic. Once the one guy stepped aside that was doing all the soft white underbelly stuff, once he stepped out of it, it seems like everything went insane and crazy. But yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah, the Whitakers, I watched them quite a bit, actually. I don't think so. Nothing. I'll look real fast just before we leave here. Oh, yeah. That's true. They do. I'll be damned. Somebody sent me a picture of the guy. His pants kind of do look a little odd, interestingly enough. Interesting. What was I doing? Hold on. Oh, Jesus, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, okay. Wow, that's crazy. That's shock will do that, Zakali. That's true. Right, Happy. Yeah, I don't believe in gun control because that's our right. I do believe in regulation. That they need to just look into how they're regulated, the laws are regulated, and certain things. I think that there should be definite, like, more. Well, see, certain places now, like here, you don't have to be. You can go buy a gun. I mean, they do the typical check and all that, but I think some of that needs to be a little bit more in detail to some extent, maybe. That's another point. Nothing. That maybe that could have been where the towel was from. You know what I mean? That why he had a towel wrapped around it. Yeah, definitely quite the family. I agree. Yeah, exactly, Zakeli. People kill people. Guns don't kill people. That's facts. I've always believed that. Yeah, I'll look into them, Taylor, for sure. See if there's something I need to talk about because I feel bad. I feel like that family has been taken advantage of and definitely exploited for financial gain. And I think that's disgusting. I always felt bad for them. You know, I think that he was helping him, the guy that initially helped him out, and he was definitely helping them and he was doing the right things. And then when he stepped away from it, I think somebody else got their claws into them that shouldn't have, in my opinion. That is a fact, Zakali. Mental illness is real and it definitely needs to be looked into more. All right, guys, I'm exhausted. It's way later than I thought it was going to be. Thank you so much for keeping up with us. Jesse, thanks for joining me. I appreciate Hemisphere as well. And, you know, I love you guys to death. I appreciate you so very much. Anybody that may have chosen to support us financially tonight, whether it be donations or tips via PayPal, Cash App, or any of that, thank you so very much. Never expected, but always appreciated. Or any other version of that, you guys are amazing. God bless. We appreciate you so well. Trish, I hope you're feeling better tomorrow. Everybody else in the house, thank you so much. Once again, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. I know it went by quick, didn't it? And don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you tomorrow, guys. Good night. God bless. And I'll see you real soon.
Cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't break. Be a buzz, tell 'em don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tell 'em don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Ego in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tell 'em don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.